We're it starts now.
Morning, afternoon, whatever.
Is it morning already again? We must have slept through it.
Digital product manager. So I manage the development of digital products, so applications, coordinate phone websites, and then I'm working at the strategic level, so determining the strategic direction of USA's products for some of them. So, yeah, it's kind of surprising because we get a lot of awards, and then we're like looking inside and like, really? I don't know.
Well, that, well, the only thing is when they make the change, and then I'm like, where's that button? It used to be here, you know. It takes you a while, like, whenever they change.
I think they finally got the Zell thing figured out a little bit better.
Yeah.
Because that was annoying when I rolled out.
Yeah.
Oh, we're trying to.
one with a glass floor.
I thought you do it and we can ask you how it was. And it was, it cost like $65 for
A person. It's got like a plexiglass floor, so you walk out on it, and yeah, it costs like $65 a person.
I can't do it. I recall through right away. Yeah, but you know what I would do would take the helicopter. I set it for the Northwest Seniors in October of 17. I was in the hospital on the 3rd of October and they left on the 5th. Secretary took my place in the hospital.
I drive on 410, that's all the gambling I do.
I was saying, we're doing the kick on September 17th. And that's,
Oh, that's right.
I go because I organize it for
Oh, no, I was resetting the system earlier, and so therefore we can just don't touch it. Or you can move it in the, yeah,
I'm coming. Good afternoon, and welcome to the Leon Valley City Council meeting, 312 hearing continued from yesterday, August 8th. Today is August 9th, 2019, and it's approximately 5:40 in the afternoon. Before we begin, just again, following the guidelines that we've established, to please be civil to one another and to not be disruptive. But actually, I really want the questioners and the person that's being questioned, let's not talk over one another. Let's listen, let them answer before we ask another question, etc. So I appreciate it, and just kind of keep it at a good level. I know we've been at this for a while, so I'd appreciate that consideration. Again, if you need to talk to someone, if you could please go out into the outside foyer. And no one speaks without being first recognized by the chair, either on the dais or the person who's at the podium. Please do not interrupt the speaker. Let them finish and then raise your hand to be recognized. And all counselors will be giving time to ask the questions they want, and there's no time limit for speaking in this ordinance. If you could please turn off your cell phone. Somebody asked me yesterday, does that mean we can't even bring our cell phones in? No, you can bring your cell phones in, but just please don't have them on to where we can hear them go off. I know people are using them, but if it's distracting someone, please let me know. But I haven't gotten a complaint yet. So, And if a witness has not been sworn in, that they would need to be sworn in. And citizens be heard according to the charter, section 3.12B9. No public comment shall be allowed unless agreed to by the majority vote of the members of the city council. Present rules for public comment shall be set by city council. And I'm not really sure how long this is going to go on tonight. I'd still like to try to, one way or the other, try to be done by 10 p.m. We have set another date just in case we go over. Ms. Posley, what is that date that we scheduled yesterday?
August 13th at 5:45.
August 13th at 5:45, just as an FYI, because we had to post it today in order to be able to secure that date. So thank you for your patience and understanding. We really appreciate it. So where we left off last night was Mr. Martinez had finished his presentation as the respondent, and the counselors had started to ask their questions. And I believe, Ms. Charles, you asked yours, and Ms. Alcacer was asking hers. Ms. Alcacer, did you want to continue, or did you wanted to pass it? Okay, so you passed it, but you wanted to come back. So I'm going to ask Mr. Bradshaw if you'll please begin. Thank you very much. Okay.
Thank you, Mayor. Okay, Mr. Martinez.
Excuse me, Mayor.
Yes, sir.
Is any, I'm asking you and the counselors, is anybody going to ask me any questions about any of the slides that I showed? If so I can let Sandra know I brought my thumb drive so she can put it in just in case.
Okay. Anyone need that documentation?
I don't think so at this time.
Okay. I'm just being
Sure.
forthcoming.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Martinez.
I kind of glanced at the questions I'd written down. I can't think of any right now.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
Okay, Mr. Martinez, I would like to start with a question that the other counselors asked of every other witness in this.
Actually, just a point of clarification. I realized, can you remind me still under oath?
Oh, yes, sir. You're still under oath, Mr. Martinez. Thank you.
Yes, I realize that.
Okay, very good.
Okay. The other counselors asked the other witnesses, but did not ask you yesterday, which is, how do you feel about all these allegations against you?
I basically answered that question in my opening statement. This has got to be the darkest point in my life. I have had quite a few women work for me over the years, and I have never, ever had anybody claim sexual harassment. This has affected me personally. Before this incident and these false allegations, I was weighing about 180, 185, and now I'm down to just a little over 160. So one way you could look at it, it's good. I have lost weight, but that's a heck of a way to lose weight. It's affected me at church. I was a member of the TV ministry. I enjoyed being able to use my knowledge of electronics and broadcast engineering to make sure that we could televise and be on KSAT 12 every Sunday. But I've been asked to take a vacation. That was a nice way to say we don't want you to volunteer anymore while this is going on. Now, 2 ham clubs have one ham club I'm the trustee of,
has asked, and they've formally removed me as the trustee of the repeater. They are scared that repercussions where we have our placement of our repeaters would cause issues. Another ham club just contacted me and want to remove me as a trustee for one of their repeater sites down south. This has affected my business. I feel I have lost bids because of it. Or not, should I say not bids. I've bid on projects, but I'm not being selected for some of the projects that I believe were shoo-ins for me in the past. So it has affected my income. I've had people from all over San Antonio watch the TV newscasts where Councilwoman Rodriguez and Brandon Millard got on KSAT News, 3 or 4 times, and badmouthed me, for lack of a better word. I've had a lot of people come up to me and tell me that they couldn't believe it. I've had a lot of people say that this is not the Benny Martinez that we know. I've had a lot of people, different people in different groups say that they're praying for me. Even at the park the other day for the 4th of July, I had a lot of people come up to me. I don't even know them. They would just come up, hey, continue fighting. We support you. We don't believe it. So, really, I haven't been able to sleep at night. My wife can attest to that. I'll lay down in bed and just toss and turn, and I'll finally get up and go turn the TV on and watch TV for a while and end up falling asleep and getting up at 4:30, 5 o'clock. It's affected my eating habits. It's affected my whole life. My whole life has been turned upside down because of this. And, Dr. Rodriguez has mentioned about being a victim. Who's the real victim here? I'm the victim. She's not.
Okay. You mentioned during your presentation that you believe that Mr. Henry, Ms. Alcacer, and Ms. Charles were not unbiased. How are they not unbiased?
I believe they are heavily biased against me. Donna Charles mentioned to several people that I know that she ran for city council to silence me. Monica Alcazar Councilwoman Alcazar, I used to support her, and I even helped her campaign for her. But somehow, in the last couple of years, she's changed, and for lack of a better word, went over to the dark side. But Dr. Edwards testified that a couple years ago, she pulled him aside at an election party and told him that she wants to get rid of me. I know the three of them. I know Councilor Alcacer, Councilor Charles, and Councilor Rodriguez in this last election campaigned together. So does that show a little bit of a bias? Councilor Alcacer has been leading this whole 312 proceeding, and she's almost acting like she's the mayor of Leon Valley. She won't let the mayor be the mayor. Does that answer your question, sir?
Yes, thank you. But I do feel a little left out because you identified all of them. What about myself? Am I biased as well?
Yes, you are.
How so?
Well, for one, I helped you run for your seat. So I guess you could say that you are biased in my direction because, I did support you, and I helped you run for election.
Okay. Um, what is your? I know there was a lot of the complaints had to deal with interfering with city business and giving orders and directions. What is your understanding of what is the job of a city councilor?
To me, the purpose of a city councilman is, number one, the budget. We have to be fiscally responsible, and by law, we have to have the budget completed by September, is it September 1st or October 1st?
September.
September 1st. By law, we have to have the budget completed. Number two is we set policy. We establish and are the final say-so for all ordinances. So we are we are a policy board. The third thing, and I am very big on this, and throughout my testimony, I have brought this up many, many times. I advocate for the people. I provide constituent services. Really, I represent the citizens of Leon Valley. I represent the businesses of Leon Valley. If anybody, business or resident, comes to me, I view it as my responsibility to bring their concerns forward and do anything I can to assist them.
Speaking of constituent services, as you said, as citizens, there was a text message, a Facebook message that the chief presented during his testimony, and you talked about yesterday. I believe the name on the message was Darren Chung, that sent you a message. What is your relationship with Darren Chung?
I don't think I've ever met him. If I remember correctly, he sent me a next-door neighbor, or his first concern was on next-door neighbor. I typically don't respond to next-door neighbors. And even if you look at this whole hearing, have you seen me responding at all? But I did respond to him, and he sent me a text message. And he's the one that sent me the text message about his niece getting stopped, and her mother is living with him, and he is supporting them. The way the police chief made it sound is like I had a secret family, and I was supporting them.
So you're not related to Mr. Chung in any way?
I have no idea who he is. If he was to walk in the door right now, I wouldn't know him.
And you're not? Are you supporting their family?
No. You think that woman back there would tolerate that? I wouldn't be physically here today if that happened.
Okay. Moving on to the charge of evading arrest during the Rousseau-Fee incident. I believe that was the allegation, that you're evading arrest, resisting or evading arrest. Were you officially charged with evading arrest?
No, I was not.
Do you know why not?
You'd have to ask the police chief. I was not. The minute the police realized who I was, they stood me up and escorted me out of the area.
Okay. Another question that came to mind during one of your presentations. You've been on the council for 4.5 years now, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And in all the time that you've been on the council, I'm not sure, was all the meetings here, or because I know our city chambers were kind of under renovation for a while?
We had, well, this room was, or this whole building was being renovated. We held city council meetings at the conference center.
Okay, before.
City Hall was moved over to the corner of Seneca and Bandera.
Okay. During one of the videos that you showed, the officer at the door on the night of July 2nd, during the first meeting of the 312 hearing, he said to a citizen, "There is no standing room today." In your 4.5 years on the council, have you ever had people turned away from a city meeting?
No, sir.
Question about the bringing the gun into city council. Have you ever carried a handgun in violation of Texas laws?
I follow Texas law stringently, even to the fact after the incident in with the church in what is it, Sugarland? I would like to, but I don't even carry, and I understand the governor just changed the law. Effective September 1st, I'll be able to carry at church. But I follow Texas state law.
Your email that you sent, that you showed, I guess this is one maybe we could show, but regarding Andy Garcia, where you asked the mayor if there's anything we could do to keep him, offer him a promotion, et cetera, or more money. Was that a demand or an order?
No, I have never given the city manager an order. In fact, I'll divulge it right now. Ms. Chasen is the one that sent me that email. I merely forwarded her concerns to Kelly and the mayor. And we spent money training him. Shouldn't we try to protect our investment?
Yeah. I think that's all that I had right now, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Martinez.
Okay. Please forgive my voice. I'm sorry. I don't know what happened to it. But if it's a little scratchy, I'll try to be as clear as I can. Just wanting to clarify, Mr. Martinez, because when you went through your PowerPoint and you said allegations, where did you get those allegations from? It wasn't really clear to me where you were picking those up at.
From Mr. Henry's report.
And were they numbered? Because these weren't numbered or anything, so.
No, I've got it in here. Here is the email I received from Mr. Henry.
And what is the date on that?
June 6th.
June 6th, okay.
And
how many violations?
Well, it's a little confusing because it starts out with A, but B is all related to community development, and there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There's 7, but then it goes all the way to W.
Okay, so A through W
A through
plus
W
7.
plus
Plus 7.
the B's.
Okay. All right. You were listing your accomplishments that you've done while you've been a council member, and I was just remembering one. Do you remember doing some research with the city of Del Rio?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
And so what was that you brought to the council for our consideration that we passed?
Prior to me bringing this, we had a very difficult time trying to figure out how to let nonprofits or people that wanted to use our city facilities and wanting it either for free or at a reduced rate. I was doing some work down in Del Rio, and I just happened to go on their website and look at it, and they had a very, very, very nice package on application and the rules and guidelines for nonprofits that want to use the city facilities. So I brought that forward, and eventually the city modified it and customized it for our needs, but and it's been revised a couple times, but that's something we are presently using when anybody wants to use our facilities.
All right. And just a correction, our fiscal year does start October 1st, not September 1st.
I thought it was.
I just wanted to point that out to you. What is your understanding of how the council works with the city manager?
The city manager works for council. You can look at it as she has 6 bosses. The mayor is the head and 5 city council members. She should listen to all 6 of us. She doesn't have to act on what we say, but we can talk. We should be able to talk to her, make suggestions, and she can either implement them or not. That's her choice. Again, if I'm following the charter, you know, where is it written that we can't make suggestions or recommendations? I have never, ever told her, you must, you shall, you have to.
Right. Was it your understanding that you could communicate with the director as long as you copied the city manager?
She encourages that. Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. There was an email. Can I bring this up? Because you gave it to us. Excuse me just a second. That was the attachment to, this is in the book.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, great. Could I give that to Crystal? Yeah, I just want everybody to see it so you can. Thank you. And here's your copy. Oops. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
You betcha. Now let's see. It's going to be the 3rd one down. Yes. And we have to start at the back, at the very last one, on May the 14th. Do you remember receiving this from Ms. Kensler on May 14th, 2018?
Mayor, give me 1 second.
Sure, and if you'd like to read it, please.
I have never. Oh, this is interesting. Ooh, this is really interesting.
And just the May 14th one, it's to you. That's all I'm asking about.
Let's see. Yes, I remember receiving this, and the way I interpreted it is after the police incident, and this is, several months later, because that was on July of 2017, and this is May 14th of 2018. So that's almost a year later.
Okay.
She sent me this email stating that they sent the police incident to have another agency look at it to determine if the police did anything wrong.
Okay. So, but you were copied and so was I. All right, and so the other emails, if we could go to the, I guess let's go to the front page, which is Thursday, February 15th, 2018. And this was a document that we received during the hearing. And it starts there and it says, "Yes, sir, I will. Thank you, Kelly." And I'm not really sure. It just says RE, cases I discussed with you last week. And are either you or I copied on that email?
No, ma'am.
Okay, let's go down to the next one. And the date there is again Thursday, February 15th. Cases discussed with you. Please have the detective call or text me. I'm sorry, I scanned this in my computer and it wasn't doing very good. So let me read it from my paper. Please have the detective call or text me here so that we can discuss the case for a few minutes. And then there was a phone number and it's Jim Wheat. Are you or I copied on that email?
No, ma'am.
Okay, let's move down. All right, it says, "Good afternoon, Mr. Wheat," same date, the 15th. And it says, "This afternoon, one of my detectives will bring the two cases that I spoke to you about last week. As a reminder, they are as follows. Number 1, complaint on Olin Yarnell, criminal trespass. One of my elected officials, Councilor Benny Martinez, has accused my police department of going on a witch hunt after Mr. Yarnell. I would like an independent agency to review this case and give me an opinion on this case. Number 2, complaint on officers involved in an incident involving a weapon on the corner of Seneca and Russo Fee, with the address there. Same Councilor Martinez involved himself in a situation and was forcibly taken to the ground after running from the officers and being asked many times to get on the ground. Councilor Martinez does not remember the situation as the report and body-worn cameras indicate. Therefore, he believes the officer cameras were altered. I would request an independent agency to review this case and give me an opinion as to whether or not altercation took place. Number 3, Councilor Martinez gave staff administration direction to approve permits in violation of our home rule charter, in parentheses, a misdemeanor. I would like to request that an independent agency review this case and give me an opinion as well. Thank you for your time, and I will ensure these 3 files get delivered." And again, is anyone copied on that email besides Mr. Wheaton from Ms. Kinsler? You?
No.
You? Okay, very good. And then moving on, so then that was February. Then on May 14th, and I think you have to go down to the 10:30 email. And it says, "Good morning again, Mr. Wheat, to Kelly Kinsler. We received a request from the City of Leon Valley to review the incidents listed below in February of 18. Complaint on Olin Yarnell, criminal trespass. Complaint on officers for an incident at 6303 Russo Fee. But the third one is not there, about the misdemeanor on the Home Rule Charter. Because there was 3 before, but there's only 2 now. Both incidents have been reviewed from our office provided, and I find no criminal violation to pursue. As such, I consider the matters closed with our office. Let me know if you have any further questions." Okay, so then the next email goes at May 14th at 10:56. 2 complaints, and I don't know how the 2 complaints got dropped. The 3 complaints got dropped to 2. I don't know how that happened. And it says, "From Ms. Kinsler to Mr. Wheat." Again, no one was copied on that besides the 2 people there. "Good morning, Mr. Wheat. I'm a little confused. Is the complaint on Olin Yarnell as to whether or not the officers did anything wrong in the situation regarding pilgrim cleaners, as the complaint on the officers for the incident at 6303 Russo Fee as to whether or not the officers acted inappropriately or altered the tape in any way? These are the questions I ask of you, and I want to ensure we are on the same page." And then Mr. Wheat says, on May 14th at 11:06, he just says both. So again, that third complaint that, I don't know, it doesn't seem to appear to have been addressed. But does it appear in February of 2018 that Ms. Kinsler was asking if you had violated the home rule charter then?
That's what it appears like.
Okay.
And I've got a better question for you, Mayor. I can't. Okay,
No, you can't ask me any.
I can't ask you a question,
No,
but I have
sure
a
can't.
statement to make regarding that. The home rule charter was passed at the November election in 2017. And I believe it takes 30 days before it becomes effective. Is that correct, Sandra? Huh? When an ordinance like the home rule charter was passed, it takes 30 days before it becomes effective?
No, sir.
When did the home rule charter become effective then?
It becomes effective the day after it's published in the newspaper, the ordinance that adopted it.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so early November, the home rule charter was passed. On February 15th, 2018, the city manager, Kelly Kinsler, was asking Bear County Criminal District Attorney to look into a misdemeanor if I violated the city charter?
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. I have a follow-up to that. Did Ms. Kinsler ever give you a warning that if you didn't stop giving orders, giving direction, whatever the words we've been using the last 5 days, that a formal complaint would be filed against you and you could possibly lose your council seat?
She never said it like that. No, ma'am. I can recall one email where she mentioned, a couple instances where, especially on, I believe it was the Olin issue, she said, please don't get yourself involved in a matter. And then there was one that, and I forget what it was, that she mentioned basically the same thing, don't get involved.
Okay. After the home rule charter was passed, did we have any kind of workshop or retreat to go over it for all of the different, as counselors, to understand it? Or was it just passed and then, do you understand what I'm saying? Did we have any kind of a workshop to go over to make us aware of what was in the home rule charter that you could possibly lose your seat?
I don't believe so, but I wouldn't swear to it. I don't believe so.
All right. And then, the saying what is the saying, you put your foot in your mouth mean?
Means that you said something, oops, and
you
shouldn't have said, and you
Okay.
wish you could pull it back, but
Okay.
You can't.
Okay, very good. Okay, I think that's it for right now, so let me ask Ms. Charles if you have any further questions. Yes, I do. Okay, please continue.
Back up to the statement that you made about bias, and you said that several people had said to people that you know had said to several people that Ms. Charles told them that she wanted to get rid of Benny Martinez. Is that what you said? Was that your statement?
I did not say that.
What was your statement?
That you ran to silence me.
Okay, and several people told you that I directly told them that.
That's what I heard.
Okay, and who were those people?
I'm not about to tell you. That's private information. And I don't even remember their names.
Do you understand bias in both directions? You were talking about bias and that you maybe Will was biased toward you. He was biased for you because you helped him with his election.
I did say that.
Yes. Do you understand bias in another direction or just in one direction?
Explain exactly what you want me to, what you're referring to.
If I read some statements, could you tell me what direction this bias is going?
I'll try my best.
All right. This is an obvious, shameful, disgraceful, targeting Mr. Martinez, stooped low to come up with these allegations. Would that be biased?
That's an opinion.
It wouldn't be biased?
That's an opinion.
Okay. And if a number of people showed up in court at your temporary restraining order court hearing supporting you, would that be biased?
You could possibly interpret it that, but they were people supporting me.
Even though it may be people on council who would be hearing your statement as well as the complainant's statements and ruling on that?
You could interpret that, but that's their free will to attend a court hearing if they want.
And then, best to schedule hearing after the lawsuit is settled because the makeup of the council may be altered, and most likely the outcome of the hearing be different. Would that be biased?
It's somebody's opinion.
And then no citizen comment. Councilor Alcacer and Charles said no. Bradshaw wanted it. Would that be biased?
That's your opinion.
No, I'm asking, do you
That's your
feel that's a
opinion.
bias?
That's your opinion. It does show that you guys are working together, coordinating things together. Look at how many times in this hearing has there been a 2-1 vote.
And then the chief being accused of favoring Rodriguez over Martinez, would that be biased?
That's his own personal choice to do. What's wrong is doing it on city time.
This was city time, so do you feel that's biased?
It's not biased. It's against our ethics and our personnel policy.
And allegations are fictitious and a waste of money?
If you just ask the question and just leave it at that, no. These allegations and this hearing is a waste of money.
And strange that they came in one after another like it was planned?
What did the mayor just show us?
I'm asking you a question.
I'm answering it.
No.
What did the mayor just show us? Kelly, what, 2, 3, almost 3 months after the charter was passed, she was trying to get me on a misdemeanor? Does that show that she's the person orchestrating this? And isn't it kind of strange?
Excuse me
All of
just a
these
minute.
came
I
in
asked
at
you a
the same
question
time?
about this. I asked you one question.
And I answered it. I'm answering it. Yes, isn't it strange they all came in at the same time frame?
And then there are 2 council members who want Benny off the council.
Look at the proceedings since you got sworn in, and Councilor Alcazar has been pushing this since January.
So do you see bias both ways?
I see that both of you and Councilor Alcazar are very biased against me, yes.
And do you see bias for being for you?
I see one person on the city council that is, I guess you could call it biased for me. If anybody, he's the only person that is asking neutral type questions. He's asking very thorough questions and asking very neutral questions.
And so is that a biased statement?
I think he's being the most fair in his questionings of the 3 of you.
Is that comment a biased comment?
That's your interpretation.
That's all I have.
Okay, thank you.
No, I don't, I'm sorry. That was my first one.
Certainly go right ahead.
And then we were asked about the people who were turned away, and you said, no, never. When Counselor Bradshaw asked you this question, he said, in your 4 years as counselor, were people ever turned away? Were we ever at capacity before?
My first year on city council, the mayor, Councilwoman Carmen Sanchez, and myself were heavily against putting the hike and bike trail through our natural area, and we fought it very, very hard. We had a couple meetings in here. We even had tables with plans in here, and this room was jam-packed. People were out in the hallway. There were a lot more than 70 people in here.
Did you count them?
From 5 years ago? Come on.
No, I'm
Get
just
serious.
asking.
Get serious.
You said there was more than 70. I wondered if you counted them.
No, but there were this whole council chamber and in the hallway were filled, and it's been that way a couple other times when there's been very controversial issues come up.
Do you know that the fire marshal, it's the fire department and the fire marshal that sets the capacity standards?
Yes.
All right. So
Why have we gone for 5 years and it's never been an issue until the first hearing?
could it be that we were never at capacity?
No.
So what would be the reason?
A way to limit the citizens. You know, there were, I believe it's been said, there were 38 between police, fire, and city employees.
No, just ask.
I'm
Just answer my
answering.
question.
So
Okay.
that left very, very little, or a short amount of people, citizens of Leon Valley, that wanted to attend.
Regardless of who was in here and why they were here, there is still a capacity limit.
And if you fill it up with staff, then you restrict the citizens from.
Do you expect the fire marshal not to do their jobs?
No, I don't.
Okay,
But
thank
do
you.
I also expect? Why did we have so many staff in here?
I was only asking about capacity, if you understood why that was necessary.
You open the door.
Okay. No. All right, and the mayor asked if we had a workshop regarding the home rule charter. Did you receive a copy of the home rule charter in the mail like the rest of us?
It's in my bag.
Did you read it?
I could probably recite it in my sleep.
No, but when you received it, did you read it?
Kind of glanced through it, but no, not as familiar as I am today with it.
Okay. Yeah, I read it from cover to cover when I got it. Yeah. Someone have a comment? So I read it from cover to cover. So if and you were on council then,
Yes, ma'am.
were you not interested in maybe what it said?
Why would you ask that question?
I'm just asking. You said you didn't, you glanced at it. This was a document that was going to be the bylaws or the governing document for the city.
I scanned it. I didn't read it word for word, but no, I did scan through it.
Okay.
I got familiar with it.
All right. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. Ms. Alcacer.
Do you think it's the manager's duty to teach you, give you a class on the charter? Like the mayor suggested?
No?
You have a responsibility for knowing the charter just like you have a responsibility for knowing the law, don't you?
Yes?
And going back to the bias, you said there's only one council person. Is there anybody else biased towards you on this dais?
Describe in more detail what your comment is.
Bias, do you know what bias means? You
Yes, I do.
certainly used it a lot.
Describe exactly what you are referring to.
Is there another person on the council dais that you see that is biased toward you, in your favor?
Mayor Riley is, if you want me to say it, yes, Mayor Riley is biased towards me. I've helped her run just like I helped you run in your previous elections. I've supported her, and I supported Councilor Bradshaw.
And there were, from the time you were elected, 4 election parties at my house, were there not? 14, 15, 16, and 17 that you attended them all? The first
I thought
one
it was
in
only 3, but it could have been 4. I wouldn't swear to it.
the
But,
first one in 14 was for you. Do you recall that?
it was for me and Carmen Sanchez,
And Carmen Sanchez.
and also the mayor.
That's correct. And so at those parties, there was never, ever a time, being the hostess, that I had a chance to even talk and spend time with people separately. We were always in groups. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And do you recall that I had many family members and friends there who were staying with me, who came in for the celebrations, or what we had hoped were celebrations?
There were a lot of people there.
And that David Edwards claimed he was the last person at the party, and I was there alone talking to him. Never happened. Would you be surprised that it never happened? Because, in fact, I was cleaning up along with my sister friend from Houston, my husband, my daughter, my grandkids, all helping me out. Never alone, never happened, never said it. I would have no reason to say that. I've been taught from when I was young, like I'm sure you have, if you're honest about it, that you say, you never say you don't like a person, you don't like what they do. Were you taught that?
I live my life that way. Yes.
And so do I.
But to answer one of your questions, you went on talking for
Which
5
one?
minutes. I believe Dr. Edwards will be here a little late tonight. And if you'd like to call him back up, and you're basically saying that Dr. Edwards is a liar. If when he comes in tonight, you can ask him that question directly.
I'm here asking you questions, sir. There's a common expression in the past, say 6 months to a year, say truth to power. I think find it to be a powerful expression. Do you understand what that means?
I've never heard it.
You've never heard the expression?
No.
Can you take a guess at what it means?
Truth to power?
Yes. Would you like to know what it means?
Go ahead.
People use it as a way of speaking truth to people in power. So understanding that or using that as a guideline. You had 8 to 10 people complain against you, you said you're the boss or more of all of them. The fact that they're speaking up is what they call truth to power. But you have said every single one of them is wrong and you are right. Is that what you still believe?
I am not their boss. Every city employee works for Kelly Kinsler. Kelly has 5 bosses. That's the city council, the mayor and the city council. And the city council has 11,000 bosses, the citizens of Leon Valley. We must never forget that.
So my question is, do you believe that you are the only one right and all of the people who have testified here with their complaints and presented their complaints against you, which is really why we're here, not for me, not for any of the rest of us. We're here for you because complaints were received against you, and it is our job, per the charter, to act on those complaints. Do you understand that as being part of the charter?
I understand that based on this email, Kelly Kinsler is the person that's in charge of this. She has orchestrated this event. She is the one that I believe she has coerced people to testify. She is the ringleader in this. And Kelly Kinsler is the one, this charge right here that she tried to get me convicted on a misdemeanor almost 3 months later, that right there demonstrates that she is not qualified to be city manager.
Was that email sent to me?
I didn't see your name on it. My name's not on it.
So
the mayor's name is not on it.
So did she dictate to me to hold a 312 hearing? Or are we here because of the city charter?
We are here because of abuses of the city charter.
By whom?
The city manager.
Okay, so this is a hearing against the city manager?
That's your words, not mine.
Do you believe Councilor Rodriguez?
In what way?
Her testimony. You said she's being untruthful and you're being truthful?
I believe that 100%. Look at her original 3 complaints. There were 3 complaints. And after talking with the investigating attorney, how did they morph into 11 complaints? How did me standing close to her backside in a Christmas picture morph into me sticking my crotch in her backside? Yes, every one of her complaints is slanderous, and I don't believe any one of them. I've had a lot of people around San Antonio have told me that they don't believe them.
Name one.
The pastor of my church.
Did he ever talk to her?
Have I talked to him?
Did he talk to her?
No.
Did he hear her testimony?
On TV.
Was that her testimony?
She's been on TV 3 or 4 times spewing her untruths.
Okay. Do you believe Brandon Milland? Or do you believe you over Brandon Milland?
If you paid attention to Pastor Price's presentation, he was very eloquent in his dealings with Brandon and the problems he's had. If you listen to what I read from Mr. Morehouse and Bobby Anderson, you heard of all the misdealings that Brandon has had. Now, In fact, all of us, every council member, when staff comes up here to make a presentation, we rely on them being honest and truthful. We find out about these ordinances or zoning cases or whatever in our packet. We read those. We have to come up with our ideas, our questions from Friday to Tuesday when we come to council. Staff comes over here to make a presentation. We rely on staff being honest and truthful. And when asked a question, we expect an honest answer.
Okay, you didn't answer my question.
Then
All I
repeat it.
asked you
Repeat
was,
it, would you please?
do you believe you and not Brandon at all from his testimony? All his complaint is false. Yes or no?
Yes.
Do you believe Kelly Kienzler? Is all her testimony false and all your testimony correct?
Yes.
Do you believe Chief Salvaggio, all his testimony is false and all yours is true?
Chief Salvaggio has a habit of exaggerating, and I believe what I said is true.
So do you believe the city attorney, Denise Frederick, her complaint is true, or only your responses are true? She's false and you're true, or you're false and she's true?
I believe my testimony is the truth.
You even denigrated her with Ryan Henry, indicating that she was not even trained, not even qualified to be a city attorney. Did you tell him that, and why did you say it?
I never said that.
What did you say about her?
I misspoke. I thought when she worked for the city of San Antonio, she worked in economic development, and I've later found out that that wasn't true. She was a contract. She reviewed contracts for different type of grants, if I remember correct. But she had never been a city attorney.
You're aware she was a city attorney with the city of San Antonio for over 20 years.
She, in the legal field, and you know this since you're an attorney.
I do know it. That's why
you go
I'm
into
asking.
specialized fields. So when she's working contract for, I believe, different type of grants, your focus is on contract law, not municipal law.
And what is municipal law to you?
Giving guidance to city council on issues that come up.
Excuse me, I'm trying to reach something from, and my surface won't work. So, do you believe Officer Breton, or you believe yourself? Was his truth to power was not truth, it was false?
Specify exactly what you're referring to.
His testimony.
Specifically.
All of his testimony. You've denigrated everybody else. Now we're on Breton. Is he misrepresenting by his testimony about the wanding?
No.
Did you ever avoid wanding?
No.
Even though you're aware there's a video that shows you doing so?
That is not true. I never avoided wanding. I spoke up and vocalized my objection to being wanded, but I never did try to evade wanding. I always was wanded.
And you think it's okay for you as a city council person to criticize the people doing the wanding who are under orders to do that?
Do I have a First Amendment right? Yes or no?
You have a First Amendment right to do what? How is that affecting, how were your First Amendment rights taken away by this hearing?
Earlier, I was asked, what are the duties of a city council? And I answered, we set policy. If the police chief wanted to start wanding people, he should have come before council, and council should have approved it. I strictly believe that we are a policy board. We set policy.
My question, Councilor Martinez, is about your talking down or complaining to the officers who are doing the wanding, same with Officer Azar, that they shouldn't be doing this. You shouldn't be doing this. There's no need. We shouldn't be doing this. And you constantly criticized them, in fact, for about 6 months, nonstop. Do you think that your First Amendment rights were infringing on their rights to do their job?
If a police officer can't take criticism, they have no business being a police officer. They get that daily from the citizens as they patrol.
That's truth to power, sir. Truth to power. You brought up yesterday that you never had voted against St. John's and for the citizens. And this is minutes from a meeting from February 5th and...
What year?
2019.
Okay, thank you.
And it says, this was the discussion and possible action on an ordinance, zoning ordinance regarding institutional uses, including churches, museums, libraries, schools, clubs, and lodges in the B1, B2, and B3 zoning districts. Mr. Milan presented his item as a code amendment to Chapter 15, the zoning code, to accomplish two primary objectives: to amend minor inconsistencies in the code regarding institutional uses in B1 and B2, and to make a substantial amendment to the code to allow institutional uses including churches, schools, libraries, private clubs, museums, and universities by right in the B2. Paul Fletcher, the attorney, spoke on behalf of the church. Michelle Pena of another church spoke. Tommy Branson passed out a document he prepared, reasons for denying the proposed zoning changes. He's a community member of Pavona Place. Edward Alonso, the Zoning Commission Vice Chair, spoke about needing a scalpel and not a sledgehammer, and addressed what the city would actually do if a church burned down, etc. Terry McCall spoke in favor of the zoning change. I made a motion, and it was seconded by David Jordan, to follow city staff and the Zoning Commission's recommendation to deny the proposed amendment to allow institutional uses, including churches, schools, libraries, private clubs and lodges, museums, and universities by right in the B2 retail district. The motion carried 4-1. Everybody, myself, Jordan, Edwards, and Rodriguez voted for it, And the only nay was Martinez.
And your point is?
That yesterday you denied that you voted against the citizens and in favor of St. John's at any time. Is that taken out of context again?
I believe so.
The document speaks for itself. In these same minutes, it's very interesting that there was another issue about another church that was renting from the city.
Mayor, a point of order. Where does this have anything to do with a charter violation?
I'm not sure. I mean, did we even go over? I guess we did. We did go over St. John's.
Yeah, the St. John aspect came up. I mean,
But
this
I'm
is
not-
the context. I think,
But where is my
Madam-
voting record or minutes or what happened at city council meetings a charter violation?
I believe she's actually referencing it as you and others have discussed credibility and contradiction and things like that. If she's, Councilman Alcazar, if you're referencing it for another purpose, I'm not really sure what other purpose you're
No,
referencing
that's
it for.
the only thing is credibility, sir.
Okay.
Then it contradicts what he actually said. You were, there was a church for the Elijah group that was renting the conference in the community center, and you were aware that the city was having difficulty collecting from them, were you not?
Excuse me, was that an allegation that we addressed as well?
That is not, that again is not an issue that's been brought
was.
up at this
Yeah.
312 hearing.
I don't believe we went over that in the testimony. Do you all recall that, the Elijah group? That's new to me.
I think it's listed in these documents.
Oh, okay.
Would you please show me?
Is that in one of the email books?
I'll get the email later.
Okay, if you could reference it and let him see it, that would be appropriate, I think.
I'll just introduce the whole document itself because it also shows that he questioned the manager's authority to make a video, questioned everything she did. Excuse me, point of order. It's my understanding, Mr. Henry, that we're able to bring in things that are similar, or is that just out the window, or how?
As this is the investigative function, if you discover stuff, you're allowed to investigate other areas. The only thing is, if a allegation comes up, something new that hasn't been put into writing, then Mr. Martinez has a 14-day window in order to prepare a defense if you're going to act on that new allegation.
Okay, this is more, again, for credibility and to show what I call MO, the mode of operation, of just that it was constant. he's saying he didn't do anything and everything came up later. And I have some issues regarding that. He claimed that he never requested anything about applying for doing things for the city through his business. And the emails and other things he's done show the opposite. So I just wanted to.
If you're bringing that in to attack credibility or show consistency, that's permissible, but again, to a point, kind of the same thing that we mentioned last night, and just make it clear that you're not bringing it in for purposes of being a new charge.
That's correct. These, some of them are part of the charges, but a couple of them are not, and this one is not.
Okay, so you're not intending to raise matters that would constitute, or that would be advanced as a charge, right?
No, not at this time, sir.
Okay.
Do you remember telling Derek Green? You remember who Derek Green is, correct?
Pardon?
You remember who Derek Green is?
Oh, that's a long time ago.
Yeah, he worked for the city for a short period of time. I don't remember much about him.
Do you remember asking him to give you the copies of the RFQs because you wanted to submit a bid? He was the communications director, what you claim is your field. You remember telling you to get the bids that were from the prior request, so because you wanted to do the current request on communications?
Vaguely, I remember something, but like I've stated, as long as I'm on city council, I refuse to bid on any project in the city of Leon Valley.
But you specifically requested that and told him it was for purposes of bidding on a communications contract with the city. You don't recall that?
If anything, it was for inquiry, and per the charter. This is even could have been pre-charter. And if it's pre-charter, why are we even discussing it?
Because you have said that the allegations came up all of a sudden. And this was, these things that you did were not recent. These all, so it's going back. You said I didn't do it and all of this was suddenly, and everything was a collusion and conspiracy. So do you remember doing the same thing with the city manager, asking her to give you the copies of prior RFQs because you wanted to do a bid on communications?
That is not true.
Do you remember interfering with Bannis' towing contract?
No.
You remember coming to the bidding process where they were opening the bids and you sat right with the Bannis while you were a city council person fostering for them?
I do not recollect that.
Do you recall that when the contract came up and it was approved, that you said we should give them 5 more years?
No, I don't recollect saying that.
So you don't recall that when you were told the law says you can only give them, you wanted to give them 10, you don't remember that? And the law says you can only give them 5?
No.
Do you remember talking to Vicki Wallace at the time you were fighting for the Leon Valley Chamber to get the check from the EDC, and telling Vicki Wallace, you went to her office and said you need to release that check to the chamber? You remember that?
No, I do not.
Do you remember going to the library and telling Sandy Underwood that she needed to have everything checked and you didn't, and Barcom was completely wrong and no other person was there from the city except you and Sandy?
I've already answered your question in my direct testimony.
Do you remember going to her? All right, let me back up. Do you ever check out books at the library?
Occasionally,
How often?
rarely, but
Okay. I was at the library checking out a book and returning another one, and I happened to come in at a time when you had apparently just left, and Sandy Underwood was extremely upset. And I asked her what happened, and he said, Mr. Martinez showed up out of the blue and started criticizing me for everything I've done here. Do you remember that happening?
no, I do not.
You, in fact, brought her to tears in the council chambers. You remember
No.
that?
No.
You referred in your testimony that when you decided to get off the council and go out and be a citizen to be heard, you were told that you're always a council person. In fact, we're told that at all the TML conferences. And yet you say that you weren't deliberating. You understand that just your comments themselves are a form of deliberation?
No.
You don't understand that?
It's not a true statement.
Is that truth to power or power to truth?
I don't know where you come up with your sayings, but that has no merit here.
Do you remember that I was actually at a meeting that you described, but you didn't include me, but I was at a meeting where Mr. Morehouse came in, and you had requested the meeting, and he came in to discuss his issue that you've brought up about the little boxes that he was building. And do you remember that he complimented Brandon and the zoning department and the zoning staff for what they had done and how they had helped him?
I do not recall you being at that meeting that I had with the mayor, the city manager. I don't know if the police chief was there, Brandon and Xavier. I do not recall you being in that meeting.
So you don't recall, was Mr. Morehouse there?
No.
I'm talking about the meeting with Mr. Morehouse where you were there, Mr. Antu was there, the mayor was there, Brandon was there.
I don't believe Mr. Morehouse was at the meeting we had held in here. I don't believe he was there at the meeting.
Okay, so you don't believe, in fact, he was there and that he said that?
I don't recall either him being there or you being there.
The 14th Amendment, the main part of the 14th Amendment is equal rights for everybody. Would you say that's a fair assessment?
That's the way it's supposed to be.
So are the employees of the city of Leon Valley entitled to equal protection, equal chance to be heard, equal chance to say whether they're able to voice their complaints? You think it was wrong that they filed complaints?
No.
You think it was wrong that they should be heard?
Everybody should be heard.
Does the charter provide for any means for the employees to be heard other than in a situation like this when there's a complaint against a city council person?
It's not in the charter, it's in the personnel manual.
The charter says we have a 312 hearing when there's a complaint against a council person that something needs to be decided.
That's not entirely true.
I have more questions. I'd like to give somebody else a chance.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Bradshaw, do you have any other questions for Mr. Martinez? Okay, thank you.
All right, Mr. Martinez,
Yes, sir.
back to the subject of bias that's been discussed. Do you remember there was a meeting, which you referred to a few times as the illegal meeting, on April 16th, 2019? It was a special meeting. I was actually at that meeting, and I was not an elected official at that time. I was a citizen, and I came to that podium right there, and I said, I will read the exact quote, I think it's very obvious what you're doing up there, and I think it's disgraceful and shameful that you are targeting Mr. Martinez like this. And it's very obvious the split on the council with all these issues. They're consistently voted a certain way, and it's just embarrassing. It's embarrassing to our city, and it's embarrassing that people would stoop so low to come up with these allegations. You know why I said that people would stoop so low to come up with these allegations?
I can only surmise that when you're walking around talking to citizens, you were receiving their feedback and you were just expressing the comments you heard as you were campaigning.
Well, that's part of it, but the other one was, were you aware of a meeting that I had mentioned to you in Helotes before I decided to run for council? You remember
Yes,
that?
you did tell me about the meeting with Aug9, Councilwoman Rodriguez was there, and a couple other people, and you did tell me that they made a comment that they had a plan for me, and Councilwoman Rodriguez has stated that she was going to get me, and a couple weeks later, a couple days later, she filed her complaint.
Correct. And were you aware that the reason I went to that meeting in the first place was because I was being asked to run for city council?
I found out at a later date that that was true.
And instead of running with that group, which, as we mentioned, there's a split on the council. There was 3 people that were running as a group, my competitor, David Edwards, which Donna Charles took his spot, and Monica Alcacer this last election. And I decided to run with you and the mayor and David Edwards instead.
If I remember correctly, at the time I did not know you. I only remember your comments from next door, specifically in reference to the Tiger contract. So when the mayor called her first meeting, her first organizational meeting to campaign for the next election, I reached out to you and invited you to the meeting, the organizational meeting with the mayor.
Now, there's been some talk too about the May 10th meeting in district court where you were requesting a temporary injunction. Do you remember that meeting? What can you kind of give us a little bit of what that meeting was about?
Are you talking about when we went to court?
Correct. The one I was there. I haven't been to any of your other court hearings. Is that correct?
Wait, on the May 10th is
May
when
10th.
the May 10th is when the judge
overruled
the
Yes.
temporary restraining order.
Yes. Who was there?
Of course, Mr. Ryan was there.
Yes.
And I believe there was probably 10 police officers. There was a bunch of people,
Was there
staff.
any staff there? Yes.
Yes,
Okay. Where did they sit?
back in the audience section behind the bar.
Okay. And do you remember at that meeting, the outcome was that the request was denied. And at that meeting, do you remember Mr. Henry telling the judge during that meeting that there was a date set, which was, I believe, May 14th, for a special meeting to review the 312 agenda? Do you remember him saying that?
I believe that was the basis for the judge denying making the TRO permanent. Because
Correct. Were you aware at that time, were you aware of a special meeting that was scheduled for the May 14th? Was it published on this Leon Valley website on May 10th?
I don't remember off the top of my head, no.
Okay, I checked afterwards and it wasn't. Were you aware that the day before that, at 3:01 p.m., Ms. Alcacer sent an email to Ms. Pasale asking for the 312 agenda to be scheduled at 6 p.m., and she asked for David Jordan to be her second? It's on the city website. It's under the agenda. I don't know if you've looked at that.
I do look at the agenda, but I don't recall
Okay.
that.
And were you aware that minutes later, she sent another email requesting for the 312 hearing to start at either 6:30, 7, or 7:30, or whatever time the agenda was passed, to immediately start the 312 hearing after we pass an ordinance of the 312, which is a violation of our charter? Are you aware of that?
I thought that was before the
It was the day before.
April. I thought that was for sometime in April that she wanted to schedule the 312 hearing, get it approved, and immediately go into the 312 hearing.
Yeah, it was.
The date. I'm not certain, but I do remember.
Date on the email was May 9th.
Okay, I do remember.
And the hearing was May 10th, which is, it was not scheduled. It was not on the city website. But Mr. Henry, Monica Alcacer, and apparently other people knew about this, but I don't believe the mayor or yourself or anybody else that was on the council knew about it at that time.
No.
Is that correct?
I'm sorry, he seems to be testifying and not really asking
I
a
asked
question.
if that was correct.
You're doing all the testifying. He's telling you he knows nothing about
If I say, do you remember, would that be better? And just come up with a bunch of dates in the past? Okay, moving on. Can we, is it true you filed a complaint against the city manager?
Yes, sir.
When was that about?
If I remember correct, it was off the top of my head. I believe it was April 2nd. April 1st or April? I think it was April 2nd. I sent my complaint directly to the mayor like at 8 o'clock in the morning, but I wouldn't swear to that time, but I believe it was like 8 o'clock in the morning.
What is the status of that complaint?
As far as I know, it's never been acted on.
Okay. Do you always agree with city staff?
No,
Is that a charter violation?
no. That's our job.
Regarding the St. John's Church, I don't know if you have a reason, but why did you vote? You were the one dissenting vote in that 4-1 ruling that Ms. Alcacer brought up. Why did you vote against that?
Without reviewing the complete council hearing on that, I can't answer that question.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'll follow up. Ms. Caldera, I've got my, it should say, let's see. The very first one on the, yes, ma'am, thank you. If you could open that up, okay. just following up with what Mr. Bradshaw had said. And it's kind of hard to read, but I did receive, or Mr. Martinez, did you send me this complaint? Or when did you send me this complaint as per the email?
I can't see it.
Oh, here's another copy. There you go. So you can look at it.
It's dated April 2nd,
Mhm,
2019.
okay. And you want to read what you sent to me?
Formal complaint against the city manager, Kelly Kinsler. It is my belief.
Excuse me, point of order. I think it was, he read it yesterday, Mayor.
This email?
He read what his.
Oh, I'm not going to ask him to read the complaint. I just wanted him to read the email.
Okay.
I will announce, that's it. Yeah, I don't want you to go through, yeah, we did go through that. Thank you. Just wanted you to read the email.
On the front page, it's
Enclosed is my formal complaint.
okay. I brought my cheaters with me.
Oh.
It's
Well,
a small print.
I'll go ahead and read it then. It says,
Okay, I can read it.
oh, you can?
Enclosed is my formal complaint against Kelly Kinsler. I will, I think, announce my complaint during my statement before council goes into executive session.
Correct. Okay. So then the next 1, 2, 3, 4 pages is your complaint, which we went over yesterday.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then the next email on April 2nd, does it, and again, you can't see it because of the scanning, but on Monday, April 1st, it says at 10:30 p.m. Yeah.
I'll caution, you don't want to accidentally reveal attorney-client privileged information that has communications.
Well, I just want to
going.
show who did I forward it to.
Well, I don't know if he knows, I mean, he's not going to know that unless you copied him on it. You can submit the documents, and if you're going to submit the documents to us, I mean, to the
Okay.
council,
All right.
be my guest. But I just don't want you to
Okay.
accidentally fall into that trap.
Go ahead and read that. Go ahead and read that and see if that's attorney-client privilege.
I'm sorry, Mayor, I left my
It's
reading
okay.
glasses.
I just wanted to show that I had forwarded it to Ryan Henry and Kelly Kinsler. Please see attached complaint sent to me this evening from Counselor Martinez.
I believe part of this probably would qualify, just to be conservative, from attorney-client privilege. But, I mean, you did send this, Mayor. So you forwarded it along. And I think that's the point you're trying to make, right?
Right. All right, but there was, Crystal, if you could just go through, so there was a response by, we won't read it because of attorney-client privilege, but there was a response from Mr. Henry, Miss Kinsler, and then the very last page, we'll just go to that. And this was an email to all of the council from Miss Kinsler. And, all right. Can you please read, oh, you don't have your glasses. First, second, third paragraph?
With the personnel manual?
Right.
The personnel manual says that a complaint goes to the mayor, not the media. Any information released by this office to the media has been in the form of an open records request and delivered in compliance with the law.
Okay. Had you sent the complaint to me as per the guidelines?
You scroll down and see the date of this email. Okay, Tuesday, April 16th. That was the the night of the illegal city council meeting. And I sent this to you on the 2nd.
Right. But I just wanted to say that you had already sent the complaint to the mayor. You did not just take the complaint, or did you take the complaint and go to the media first and then give it to me? What was the order that you gave? I just wanted to clarify that.
I think the 2nd is 2 weeks before the 16th.
Right. Right. So it appears that, or would you say that it appears that you sent the complaint to the mayor? I forwarded it to Ms. Kinsler and Mr. Henry, and then I don't know if you gave it to the media, but the media was after all of that. Is that correct? According to these emails.
I originally sent it to you, Mayor.
Yes, you did. We saw that.
I gave it to you, Mayor, and at the April 16th meeting, when you guys had adjourned into executive session, I was back there talking with some friends, and the media kept on hounding me. Finally, I agreed to make a statement.
But did you give them the formal complaint at that time?
No.
Okay. You did not give them your formal complaint that evening?
I don't believe I did. I don't believe I did.
You just responded to the media, like other people have responded to the media. Okay.
But what about Catherine Rodriguez going to the media?
Well, that's not my question.
Okay.
So that's not, I just wanted to ask you about this. Okay, that's it. I just wanted to clarify that you did send it to me, and I did forward it, and then you did not send it to the media. You just spoke to the media, is what you're telling us.
I
this
believe,
evening. Is that correct?
I wouldn't swear to it.
Okay, all right. That's it. All right, Ms. Charles.
I have a question. I have two questions, actually. You were talking about following the Texas law when it came to carrying a licensed handgun. You mentioned that you had done that, correct? And you followed Texas law?
Yes.
Did you also follow the open meetings law?
Yes.
And the open meetings law says you will not, the ruling was that you will not carry a licensed handgun into an open meeting, a government's open meeting.
That's why I didn't carry.
So.
You answered your own question.
No, I'm asking you that after you knew about that and were told not to, you've been accused of carrying your weapon into an open meeting. So did you?
No. I would like to. I'd like to carry it tonight.
So would I.
I can't do it.
Oh, okay, thank you. And then the next question is, you said that the mayor, when in preparation for campaigning, the mayor called organizational meetings for campaigning. Did she include all the counselors that were running for council?
I don't remember everybody that was at that meeting, but the mayor has a few of her close friends that have helped her campaign in the past, and so she invites them to a planning meeting.
So do you believe in the mayor's position as the lead of the city council that she should retain a neutral position?
In what reference?
In all the references. That there should not be campaigning for one or two candidates, that she should be neutral and not show favoritism over some over others. Neutral, being neutral in all aspects of leading the city council.
You just won your election. You mean you never had one meeting with followers or people to assist you?
I didn't have any with the mayor.
The mayor wasn't helping you or
Right.
helping you campaign. So why would you invite the mayor to your campaign functions?
But I'm asking that appearance of not being neutral as the leader of city council has an effect upon all the council. Do you agree with that?
This is not a charter violation issue, and I don't want to answer that question. It's not an issue, it's not the issue here tonight.
I would like to have your answer instead of Ms. Smart's.
No, I'm not going to answer that
I'm
question.
sorry. Well, just a point of order. That wasn't part, we didn't bring any of that up in the 5 nights of testimony. So I think it's outside the
scope.
the scope, exactly. Yeah. So,
Well, all right, thank you.
okay. Ms. Alcacer, did you want to continue?
I think I would prefer a break because mine will be a little lengthy.
Yours is still, oh, you're looking for some more questions. Okay, so Ms. Alcacer has requested a break so she can organize her questions for Mr. Martinez. So at approximately 7:22, we'll stand in recess for about 15 minutes. Thank you. Recess and call in the time. All right, so we have come back from our break. It is now 7:45 on Friday, August the 9th, 2019, and we are continuing with the questioning. And I believe, Ms. Alcacer, you were going to continue because you were organizing your notes. Okay, you're welcome. Okay, so if I could have everybody's attention, we're going to begin again. Thank you. I appreciate that. Please continue.
Do you recall we had 2 council retreats, one on 10/14/17 and one in June of 18? That one was primarily discussing problems that the staff and other people were having with you, and that's what our discussions were about, how to rectify it.
Vaguely.
You don't recall many of these same issues we were dealing with you, but you recall that it happened.
Vaguely.
Do you believe that business-friendly means the business owners get to ignore our laws, regulations, or their opinion supersedes the health and safety of our citizens?
No.
So when Seneca Plaza was closed, do you believe that if it were closed for those reasons, do you have to be advised in advance?
I believe as the mayor and all of the city council should have been notified the night before. We have constituents. They call us. They have questions. It makes us look bad if we can't answer their questions.
Do you recall having 2 executive sessions in which it was discussed and it was imminent?
I remember we did have a discussion. Yes.
Do you think a police raid should be announced ahead of time?
No.
Can you define or explain your interpretation of what a policy decision is?
We just had a council meeting
Oh.
last Thursday. We passed a couple ordinances. That's making policy.
Do you think that when the manager has authority over the police and the police are in charge of the safety and welfare of the staff and the citizens, that they have to come to council for each decision that is made?
If it involves changing policy, yes.
Were you in contact in person or email with the pastor of St. John's, his attorney, or any other member of the church while the deliberations were going on with the city of Leon Valley?
I can remember one telephone conversation with the pastor, and I believe we had one email exchange, but I wouldn't swear to that.
Do you think that that is proper?
They're a constituent.
Did you share that with the mayor?
I don't remember.
What is your distinction between legal advice and legal information?
If it is written, that is a fact. What Mr. Henry is doing up here is giving his legal opinion on the rulings he's making and discussing. Those are legal opinions. If there was another attorney in here, I bet you he would offer a different opinion. These are opinions.
If you, if it's written, it's a fact, and you Google something and it comes back, it's written, so it's a fact.
No.
Do you think that your demeanor each time you came in for approximately 6 months, that your demeanor toward the officers was appropriate?
I was just expressing my feelings.
I think it was appropriate, sir.
Yes. It was my First Amendment right to make a statement.
The thing that you showed yesterday with Darren Chung, he doesn't even live in Leon Valley, does he?
I'm not sure. At the time he did.
How do you know that?
Did you read the text I had on the wall?
Marshall Meadows. I don't know that Marshall Meadows is not in Leon Valley.
Well, I believe it said that he lives right by Marshall High School.
He said he lived in Marshall Meadows, if you could read what you put up. Anyway, did you ever send that to the chief?
I sent it to Kelly. Kelly forwarded it to the police chief.
You sent the copy with your picture looking like it was from you. There was nothing about Darren Chung or any his name never came up in anything that you provided the chief, because we've been provided what you provided. That was never in there. Do you know why?
I have no idea.
In your presentation last night, you stated Chief Salvaggio was consumed with the politics and political pressures in Leon Valley. Is that correct?
I believe the police chief plays politics.
What political pressure are you talking about?
I mentioned the Valero incident.
Is that political pressure?
Is it proper for the police chief to go and ask an employee if it's okay for Mariana's sign to remain on the fence? He should have taken it down. If it was my sign, he would have taken it down, I believe.
Do you think that you're the police chief?
Do I look like the police chief?
Do you think, you act like you know more than the police, you know more than the manager, you know more than the zoning director? Every time you talk, you're criticizing things they do. Where did you learn all this thing to become an enforcement officer, a city manager, zoning director? I'm just kind of stunned at your credentials. How can you explain them to me?
Common sense.
Do you agree the charter was passed by the citizens and not Ms. Kienzler?
You know that's the truth.
And do you accept that?
Yes.
So you indicated it was Ms. Chasen who brought up the concern about Andy Garcia. You're also aware she went to the city manager with that same concern before you brought it up.
No.
Well, you said she's the one who told you,
Yes.
but she didn't tell you she had already gone to the manager?
I don't recall.
Did you realize that it was his choice to leave the city because he did not want to do anything but animal control?
I have no knowledge of any of that.
Well, did you take the time to find it out, or did you just say give him more money, do whatever it takes?
I just responded, I forwarded a constituent's concern. That's all I did. Nothing more.
You know that the animal control, being an animal control officer, requires that you be certified as a peace officer?
No.
You didn't make yourself aware of that, you just said, do whatever it takes. Did you know Andy Garcia refused to even take, to get, do anything to get himself certified as a peace officer?
No.
It was his choice. You're aware of that?
I'm not aware of any of these questions you're asking me about him.
So you declare to the city manager, go and do whatever it takes. There's a citizen concern, do whatever it takes. Well, find out the facts. Isn't that what we're here for? That's what you keep preaching?
I passed a request from a constituent. That's all I did, nothing more.
And then you used it as a complaint.
Where did I complain? Kelly's the one that brought this complaint against me.
The former city attorney, Roxanne Controneo, and the present city attorney, Denise Frederick, both stated that you interfered with their ability to provide accurate advice to the city council. Is that correct?
I'm not going to discuss anything about Roxanne. She is pre-charter. She's no longer an employee, and I'm not even going to discuss her. As for our present attorney, she has even disagreed with TML attorneys on a couple issues. More recently, when Councilor Bradshaw contacted TML in reference to the junked vehicle, at first she agreed, and then she disagreed with the TML attorneys. So we have there's been a record of her disagreeing with stuff, and I've questioned that. Now, where in the charter is me questioning the city manager's advice? Where is that a violation of the charter?
Have you ever sent emails from your private email account concerning this investigation to anyone?
My private email is my private email. I use my city laptop for city business. That's all I'm going to say about this.
So you won't answer the question?
My private email is my private email. It has nothing to do with this hearing or my city business. All of us were issued a city laptop, and I only use that city laptop for city business.
But the question is, have you ever sent emails from your private email?
I'm not going to answer that question. In fact, that question is outside the scope of this 312 hearing.
Based on your legal training that you have?
It's outside the scope of this training, or this hearing.
You understand when the city attorney gives legal advice, they're trying to keep the city out of trouble?
I understand that if you have two attorneys in the room, you're going to get two different answers.
That's from your legal training?
It's common sense.
Does anybody else want to ask a question, or should I
Go
continue?
ahead. Unless,
You have a couple? Yeah, I need a break, thank you.
okay. All right, Mr. Bradshaw, go right ahead.
Mr. Martinez, I just had a couple questions about the initial complaint that was made against you, that you sexually harassed Catherine Rodriguez and Ivana Cuna. And from the policy manual, the definition of sexual harassment, did you make unwelcome sexual advances, requests for sexual favors, or other verbal or physical conduct of a sexual nature against Catherine Rodriguez or Ivana Cuna?
No.
Have you ever been accused of sexual harassment before?
Never in my life.
Okay. The other thing I wanted to ask you about, Crystal, can you put this? We talked, we had a conversation after the 312 hearing began. There's a lot of things that I've learned and I've been, that I didn't know before the 312 hearing. I didn't get the initial report. I wasn't on the council, so I'm trying to do my due diligence and learn as much as I can about the charges against you. And after one of the city council meetings, do you remember you and I going to the Dairy Queen after a council meeting? And I asked you a question about what was going on with this charge of trying to, I think the allegation was, sorry, let me find it. I have it from the chief. The allegation against you was that on June 5th, you told a story about a young girl who was stopped heading to the pharmacy to get medicine for her very ill mother. He stated he was concerned about the vehicle being towed and not allowed to pick up her sick mother. Do you remember us discussing that after a council meeting? I asked you what was going on.
Yes, I remember that. And we frequently go to Dairy Queen or someplace to get ice cream or pie or something after council meetings.
And do you remember I asked you, how did you get that message? And what did you tell me?
It was from a Facebook Messenger.
Okay.
A message or text.
Okay, and I asked to see the text, correct?
In fact, I didn't even know it was on my phone. I gave you my phone and you found it.
Okay. So, Crystal, can you pull up the one that says Darren Chung? So after that meeting, I reached out to Darren Chung, who, was easy to find on Facebook, and I sent him this message. I'd like to read that, enter it into the record.
I object to what you reached out and told him. It maybe you can bring it up in deliberation, but it has nothing to do with the.
I want to ask Mr. Martinez if this account matches his recollection.
Well, let him read it.
Okay. Would you read the text?
I'm having trouble. I didn't bring my
You don't have your reader
cheaters
glasses.
with me, so if somebody else could read it for me, I'd appreciate it.
Fine.
Which part?
Mr. Martinez,
in the blue?
do we have a microphone, Crystal? Maybe he could go use the microphone and go up. Oh, okay, go up to the board. Okay.
Oh, he's going to try other glasses. No, that's not going to work. Be okay if the mayor read it?
Which part are you talking about, the blue?
Well, the blue.
But we need, yeah, he needs to be on the microphone.
Blue was my message to Mr. Chung, and the white was his response. That's why.
Hi, Mr. Chung. You don't know me, but I am new on the city council for Leon Valley. Did you get a vehicle towed in May or June of 2018? I would really like to discuss this issue with you. And his response was, I didn't, but my sister-in-law who lives with us did. I had some convo
Again, point of order.
with Benny M. about it.
Excuse me just a second, Mr. Martinez. There's a point of order. What is it?
He's
Please.
just reading what he said and what he wrote to the man and what the man responded. It has nothing to do with this particular issue.
It shows, if you read it, it shows that his testimony agrees with Mr. Martinez's recollection of the incident, his side of the story. If you read the chief's testimony, the chief says that Mr. Martinez was supporting a young family.
That Mr. Martinez has indicated that he never gave this to the chief. Nobody knew about Chung. It's all in your packet. And that's what this is about. He just came up yesterday with Chung apparently given by you. But anyway,
So how
how
did the chief testify under oath that Benny Martinez was supporting a family?
He didn't. He showed
said,
you what was there.
He said, after the council meeting, he advised me that the issue was concerning a family that he helped support and didn't believe we should have towed the vehicle. That's from the testimony that was provided
That's
by
what
us.
he provided to the chief. You can, the
No.
chief's still under.
This is the chief's testimony.
Is that his testimony from
testimony that he
July
July
8th or 9th?
3rd.
The third meeting, right?
Yes.
The third meeting, okay. Just want to clarify
It's
that.
based on what Counselor Martinez gave to the chief. That's what I asked him earlier, if he ever had given that to.
Is it your testimony or is it the
To
chief's
Darren.
testimony?
All right, well,
Chung.
I believe there's a point of
Let's-
order
yeah.
on the table right now.
That's right.
So this is addressing a part of the complaint. You must understand that Darren Chung isn't under oath. He's not here. His statements are not considered testimony. However, if you want to submit the document or have the document read, it's appropriate to do that. The council just needs to take it under the understanding. It is what it is. You know, it's not testimony, it's not sworn testimony. If they want to hear, if the council wants to hear from Mr. Chung, you have the right to ask him to come here. But I believe it's appropriate to submit this document into the record. The council can take it with the understanding of where it comes from and what it is.
That's what I requested. I just don't think we need to have the reading.
Okay, but so I would like to submit this to the record, but you're saying we don't get to read it into the record?
I think you can read it.
You just can't comment on it.
Yeah, the council takes it for what it is, which is just.
That's fine. So can I read it or can he continue to read
Well,
it?
you need to ask him a question about it, but I mean, I think just to speed things along, Mr. Bradshaw, if you read it and ask him if, as you said, that's what his recollection of the conversation is, that's fine. But again, just take the document for what it is.
Okay.
Mayor Riley, I have a point of order.
Yes, sir.
This whole line of conversation goes against my character. It's questioning my character, and I want to be able to respond because the police chief has alleged that I'm supporting a second family. Where that came from is beyond me, but that is a false 100% lie.
Okay, I think you've already said that, but the purpose of this is just,
But they're
Mr. Chung
attacking my
isn't here,
character.
he's
I just
not
wanna
under
refute
oath,
my
but we can
character.
read
Not
it,
under oath, yeah.
and you can ask him a question about that.
I'll continue reading if that's okay. His response was, I didn't, but my sister-in-law who lives with us did. I had some convo with Benny M. about it and how it was unfair that they didn't allow us to pick it up as we live across the street, the abound tow. Also, about an incident where Officer Marshall pulled my family and I over at the park and treated us like criminals and wouldn't allow my kids to go play while I dealt with the registration ticket. She made everyone stay in the hot car, and I live in Marshall Meadows, and my niece was pulled over at Marshall, and they wouldn't allow us to come pick up the car to avoid tow. Why do you ask? I responded, well, I don't know if you heard, but the city council is trying to get rid of Benny Martinez. They used your message to him against him and tried to say he ordered the chief to drop the charges. Would you be willing to come to City Hall next Thursday night and testify for Benny? His response was, I work a double Thursday. I'm not sure. He just said to bring me the ticket and he would look into it. Nothing else. So not sure what help I could be. That's crazy that they would use Facebook messages against him. He just sounded concerned about my experience with Leon Valley Police Department and their handling of my matters in the way I described them. Okay, thank you for your input. He just wanted to look into the cases and if they were handled properly. That's all I got from our conversation. Sorry, can't be there. If you need anything else, let me know. Thanks. Does that match your understanding of what happened?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Did you have any other questions? Okay, thank you. Ms. Charles? Okay, and we'll come back to you. I don't have no further questions right now. Yeah,
More.
okay.
This is, I found the email I was trying to reference earlier about your wanting to do a bid. It's,
Is your
I'm sorry, I need to move closer. You sent an email to the city manager on November 2nd, 2015. What was the VoIP demo? What company was a RFP put out? I definitely want to bid on the phone system for the city. I believe a premise-based system is best, but can bid on a hosted void. And then you sign it as City Council Place 4. Do you recall that?
Vaguely, but legally, as long as I disclose that I'm a council member and I recuse myself when it comes up before council, I can legally do that. I think I have to file a notice with the city secretary informing her of that, but I never did submit a bid. I never did take any further action. So what's the question?
Going to Nina Nixon Mendez statement. She says this is February 7th, 2018. We showed him the site plan requirements that he wanted to see in the SUP application that details what is required. He then stated that this is reference to the aquarium. We showed him the aquarium's first site plan that was submitted and stated that we requested that they submit a new site plan because the one they submitted was fuzzy, difficult to read, and did not contain basic information. He agreed it was unreadable. I stated that when they first submitted their site plan in August, I was not here. However, while I have been here, we provided in-depth comments and emails regarding their site plan so that they can address code deficiencies. Councilor Martinez further stated that we should not make the aquarium comply with any city codes because they were grandfathered by the previous city manager. That this was not right because they pay taxes to the city. He stated we should administratively approve the aquarium project. He stated in a raised voice that we were not business friendly and had a negative reputation. Then he brought up U-Haul and stated we should have never recommended denial. At this point, he was really upset and is raising his voice at us. I stated that we based our recommendations on a number of factors, including the city master's plan and the adjacency to a residential zoning district. He again stated that if we recommend denial of requests from businesses, that we are sending a messages to businesses that we don't want them. He then left the office. We believe Councilor Martinez behavior to be unprofessional and unethical. He requested action on the part of staff that is contrary to city code and our professional ethics.
Is there a question in there?
Is that factual?
Ask me a direct question.
Is that factual?
Ask me a direct question on any part of what you said.
Do you believe her or you? Is there any part of what she said that's inaccurate?
Most of it.
Felicia Novan, on February 8th, 2018, sent an email to the manager, and includes the following. Initially, we did discuss the timeline Councilor Martinez requested, but he quickly changed the direction of the conversation. He loudly asked why the city was enforcing anything on the SA Aquarium. In his opinion, everything in dispute was grandfathered. I quickly turned to the revocation letter to show him the exact language, and Nina's started to talk about the outstanding code violations. However, Councilor Martinez did not want to hear our response. He continued speaking at an even louder volume, saying that the Community Development Department was getting a really bad reputation among the local business community, and we were not business friendly. Nina and I gave him a copy of the application showing that we do check when SUP is applied for, and that neither of us has been here when the SUP had been applied for. But again, Councilor Martinez did not let us finish an explanation. He said we should be able to administratively approve and fix whatever was wrong because the SA Aquarium was grandfathered and paid taxes. Accurate?
You have a question in there?
Factual?
You have a question in there?
Is it factual? Is it accurate?
No.
Neither one?
Parts of it are not.
That's all I have for now, Mayor.
Okay. Ms. Charles? Mr. Bradshaw?
Would it, I do have a question of, the Andy Garcia letter that we've been discussing. Could we call Tina Chasson to testify about what's been said about this? Or does that need to come later?
There's a witness section we're in questioning him, but you have the ability to call.
I just wasn't sure if that was.
Yeah.
Not right now, though. Is that what you're saying?
No.
No, not right now. As soon as we're done with him, then you have the ability to call her. Yes.
Do I have the ability to ask her to come up and make a statement?
You have the ability to present a witness
Then
if
I would
it's
like
under
to
oath, but she needs to be
have
placed
She
under
has
oath.
to be under oath. Okay.
Be
All
sworn.
right. All right. Ms. Chasen, if you'll come forward, and Ms. Posley will swear you in before your testimony. Thank you.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay, if you'll please state your name and
My
where
name
you're...
is Tina Chasen. I live in Forest Oaks.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Or do you need to give
Do
a
I
statement?
just make a statement?
I believe so.
Just make a statement
Just
first,
make
and
a
if the council has
Yeah.
questions
Mhm.
afterwards, they can ask
Right.
you questions.
Okay. Ms. Alcazar, that was a lie what you said, and I'm calling you out on it. You do not put words in my mouth. I sent Mr. Martinez a note. I believe it was a text message. It could have been a handwritten note about Mr. Garcia. I was very upset that he was leaving us. He loved what he did. He had great plans. We talked about it for hours, about what he had planned for Leon Valley, what he hoped to be able to do for Leon Valley. When I heard that he was leaving, I asked Mr. Martinez to see what he could do about doing something to try and get the city to keep him. I did not know exactly where he was going, but I knew it was a big step up. And he was going to have a chance to do something there that so far he hadn't been able to bring to Leon Valley. Miss Kunstler, I did not speak to about it. She approached me at one of the council meetings before it started about the concern about Andy Garcia. She stated he was leaving for a better position and that he was very happy about it, and we were all thrilled for him. I said, we can be thrilled, or words to that effect, we can be thrilled, but I'm not happy. Because I've been an animal activist and working in rescue for over 45 years, and I know what's happening in this city, and I don't like it. And Andy worked with me. He was always there when I called or texted him to come pick up a stray animal or if I heard of something. He was the go-to guy. I did not contact Kelly. I contacted Benny. The mayor knew about it because she walks by my home. And I happened to be outside early one morning working when she walked by, and I was upset, and I stopped her. And I spoke to the mayor. But that was after I had contacted Benny, and it was well before the council meeting when Kelly approached me. And that's what I have to say.
Okay, thank you.
Any questions?
Mr. Branchow.
Okay, Ms. Chasson, I just wanted to clarify. I think you answered most of it, but the contents of Mr. Martinez's email that he sent to Ms. Kunstler, that he wanted, if I can remember, I don't have it in front of me, I tried to find it, but offer him more money. Is there anything we can do? Were those your suggestions?
Yes.
Or were they his?
No,
they were your
they were
suggestions.
mine.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? Yes.
I have one question. Those lengthy conversations that you had with Andy, were they on his city time?
They were off his city time in text messages.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Okay. Very good. Thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
Appreciate it. Right. Okay, so where were we? You were asking the question. You're finished, and did you have any other questions? Okay. Mr. Martinez, I just wanted to give you an opportunity. Did you want to address, I don't have the emails in front of me, about the issue with the aquarium and what was said and not said, what was true, what was untrue? It's up to you. I just wanted to give you that opportunity if you felt like you'd like to distinguish that. Just, that's what you had said. So I don't know which, if you want to look at it or if you just want to, if you've already made yourself clear.
There are some truth in what they said.
Okay, so then what are the truths and what are the ones that you are disputing?
First of all, this happened before a city council meeting, and I testified this during my speech in a previous city council meeting, or 312 hearing. Kelly Kinsler is the one that walked me down. We had a brief conversation in her office. She walked me down to the community development office and left me there to talk to Nina Nixon and Des. And I had some concerns. One of them, I'll start with the easy one first. U-Haul. Everybody knows where U-Haul is on Grissom. Before you get to the U-Haul, there's a strip of land behind their place. Manuel Rubio had attempted to sell it to the U-Haul. U-Haul wanted the space to store cars and cars only. somehow in the permitting process, the car storage, which is legal by right in a B2 zone, got changed into boat and RV storage. That is either B3 or you need an SUP. They found out at a later date, I think that same night, that they had, by right, they could have put in the automotive storage by right. And my comment was, community development, if they asked questions, they should have known what the applicant wanted. They didn't want boat and storage, they just wanted cars. So they didn't have to pay the money for an SUP. They didn't have to go through all that process. So someone led them astray. Now, I did make a comment, and I did preference it. In the past, when Christy Flores was the Community Development Director, she created a packet. She would talk with people as they came in. She would find out what they wanted to do. She would check the building or the address and find out if it was zoned properly for what they wanted to do. She would give them a packet, let them go home, fill out the packet. When they brought it in, she would just take a couple minutes and review it. If it was something that required a floor plan, she would just look at it and, oh man, this is hand-drawn. I can't read it. You really need to take it home and redo it and bring it back to me. To me, that is being business friendly. And we had a brief talk about if community development is working with an applicant, they're talking about what their plans are, they're helping them. We want business to come to Leon Valley. That is our lifeblood. And if community development can assist the applicant in any way possible, that's what we need to do. And that's what I was advocating. Before this, there were a few cases that came to council that it was always staff recommends denial. Staff recommends denial. And what I had stated is, if you work with the applicant, help them find out what their needs are, instead of recommending denial, you should be able to come before us and recommend approval. That's what I suggested to them. Not that they administratively approve everything. No, I never said that. It's just my assumption is if they help a business, they can legally and in good conscience recommend approval.
Okay. Did you serve on any city committees before you became city council member? And if so, which ones?
I was on the zoning commission for a while. I was on the old business affairs committee, and I took the citizens community development that Marcy Meffert had when it was back in 2003, I think, or 2002.
The leadership.
The community leadership program.
Uh-huh.
I wish we could construct that, because
Okay.
that is it was a fantastic program, because I had recently moved to Leon Valley. We moved in 2001, and it gave me a chance to get familiar with the way city operates. And, they had a different department. This was several Saturdays, and they had a different department come in every Saturday, and give us a little talk about what their departments do. And then the last Saturday, they got a bus and they drove us around the city and showed us, how many people know that we have a cemetery in Leon Valley? Well, there's a few hands up. But I didn't know that until I attended that training.
Okay. I was just wondering how active you were. Okay, very good. All right, any other questions for Mr. Martinez? Okay.
Who put you off the zoning commission?
The mayor did.
And you were very upset about that, weren't you?
No.
That's what you told us not too long ago at a city council meeting, that it bothered you and you were very concerned about her being so political and putting her own people on. You recall that?
What the mayor did is, when she first got, Mayor Meffert is the one that appointed me to the zoning commission. When Mayor Riley got elected, she used her judgment and decided to replace half the board with people she knew. That's her prerogative. That's what the mayors do. I had to accept it. I admit I wasn't pleased because I enjoyed being on the zoning board, but the mayor has her prerogative. But one other thing is
who made up the other half of the committees?
I don't know that.
Okay, it was all right.
But this is not a Charter 312 issue.
That's true.
I don't have anything else.
You don't have
just
anything
a
else?
follow-up to yours.
Yes, Mr. Bradshaw.
Mr. Martinez, I thought of a couple more things. Who elected you to be on the city council?
These people out here,
Citizens.
the citizens of Leon Valley.
Do you work for the citizens of Leon Valley, or do you work for the staff of Leon Valley?
It's one of my strong convictions. The citizens are my boss. The same thing in my business. I think everybody here knows I own a small business. I may be the owner of the business. My customers are my bosses. If I don't respond to my customers, the next time they have a service, they're going to call somebody else. I have to always remember, even though I own the business, my customers are my lifeblood. Same with here in City Council. You guys, I represent you.
Thank you.
Now, one thing, let me just add to it, and I've done it here tonight. I ran on this principle when I first got elected, that I am a passionate voice, and I'll be the passionate voice for the citizens of Leon Valley. And yes, I do get excited. I do raise my voice. There's nothing demeaning. There's nothing illegal about it. It's just I get passionate, and that's just my mannerism. I can get very passionate on an item, and my voice tends to raise. But it doesn't mean that I'm mad. It doesn't mean I'm angry. It doesn't mean I'm fighting. It just means I'm passionate.
Okay, thank you. Anything else? Anything else, Ms. Alcacer? Mr. Earls? Okay. All right. I believe we're finished with your questions, Mr. Martinez. Thank you. Okay, so what's our next rule of thumb here?
Well, technically, we had noted the complainants could do a rebuttal if they wished for his stuff. This would be the time to do it, but I don't know if any of them wish to do it, but this would be the time that you
Okay.
would bring them up if they wish to
All
do a
right,
rebuttal.
so if there are any complainants in our chambers that want to rebut Mr. Martinez's presentation, please come to the podium and state your name and where you live, and then the council can ask questions after
Yeah.
that. Okay.
I think that Chief Salvaggio wanted to.
I think you might need to give them a few minutes. They're down in their offices. Do you want me to notify them, or?
Unless there's somebody else that wants to.
Oh. I guess, I don't know if they're listening.
Mr. Milan, okay? And Mr. Milan, you're still under oath.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I have a question, though. Are there going to be any other witnesses speaking potentially after me, or any other people potentially subpoenaed that would be speaking after me?
Possibly.
In which case, I'd respectfully request to be able to have the opportunity to speak after them, in case anything else was raised that was potentially accusatory towards me, that I would, again, need the chance to provide a rebuttal for. I'd be happy to wait until after then to make sure everyone's been heard of, so I have the opportunity to respond to everything that is spoken about me.
Yes, okay. I can
Point
hear
of
that.
order, the question
Yes.
for Mr. Henry, if Mr. Milan gives a statement now and then somebody else says something that involves his testimony, is he able to come back and respond to that again?
That is at the council's discretion. You certainly can allow him to do so.
I don't have an issue with that. I don't know if, if that happens. Can't predict what will be said.
Yeah,
As long as I have the opportunity to come back up after that.
sure.
Thank
Go
you.
ahead.
Thank you again, Mayor and Council, citizens of Leon Valley, everybody watching. My name is Brandon Milland. I'm the city's Planning and Zoning Director. For those of you that don't know me, I got up over a month ago, to talk about the mistreatment of City of Leon Valley employees, including myself, by Councilor Martinez and Mayor Riley. First, regarding my testimony, regarding the testimony of Councilor Martinez's friends, witnesses, whatever they are, I'm not going to sit up here and defend myself. I'm not going to defend my character, my conduct. I don't feel like I need to. I think it's pointless at this point. I could get down and dirty with people that Councilor Martinez has dragged into this. But, it's not going to accomplish anything. And it certainly probably wouldn't be anything that I'd be proud of once it'd be over. I think the people that in this city that trusted me before this happened will continue to trust me after. And I think the people that didn't trust me before are probably not going to trust me after this and probably won't ever. And I am just fine with that. I will say, however, about Pastor Price, I've gotten pretty desensitized working here to being called a liar in public. But I haven't quite gotten desensitized to people coming out in public and implying that I'm a racist. If anyone here thinks that I did anything wrong during the zoning case for the St. John's Baptist Church, and certainly if anyone here thinks that I did anything or treated them differently because they're a black church, I think we need to have a 312 hearing just on that. In fact, I would actually appreciate it. Council and citizens, if you have an employee that you think discriminates against people because of their race, you need to act on that swiftly and decisively. What I am going to do tonight, though, is speak at a more general level, and I'm going to attempt to frame this entire situation for everyone, in my opinion, and for everyone that's watching. In any other institution in this country, whether other than government, whether it be corporate world, nonprofit sector, or even academia, this matter would have been over months ago, and people would have been removed from their positions over this. Councilor Martinez, I think you would have been removed based alone on what we've seen on the videos up here. Mayor Riley, I believe you would have been removed the minute it came to light that your husband was representing Councilor Martinez. That would be like the chairman of the board of a company enlisting her attorney husband to represent another board member accused of mistreating the company's employees. The minute that would hit CNN or Fox, you'd be gone. In a corporate environment in particular, people would have been removed not only because it's the right thing to do, hopefully, but because of the concern that customers might just say, you know, we're not buying products from a company whose leadership mistreats and deceives people. Shareholders would probably be worried about the effect on profits, and you'd be gone. Government, however, is not driven by profit. Unfortunately, it's driven by politics. And politics is driven by perception. And that is really, in my opinion, what has been happening here over the last month and the last 6 meetings to the complainants, Councilor Martinez, the mayor, and their friends are attempting to spin perception for their own benefit. Rather than just coming out and just defending himself against the complaints at hand, just sticking to the complaints and having character witnesses testify to his own character, which is what a character witness is supposed to do, right?
Point of order, Mayor.
Mm-hmm.
How is this a rebuttal to what Mr. Martinez said in his testimony?
Mr. Martinez actually brought up, and there was a lot of discussion about bias, about aspects with the council, about certain council members being, quote, out to get Mr. Martinez, or a lot of alluding to political motives and things like this. I think this actually is the counter to that set of testimony.
Okay, but if that's the case, how did Mr. Milan know what Mr. Martinez was going to say in his statements that he has a how many pages prepared speech? This appears to be more of a closing argument than it is a rebuttal to a testimony.
Well, rebuttal is a response to the statements, you know, the predecessor made. So
Correct.
To the extent he's sticking to the testimony made, then he's allowed to rebut that. If he deviates from that, the rebuttal is limited to what was testified to by Mr. Martinez and his witnesses. Mr. Milan can't deviate and go, you know, into a realm that wasn't brought up by the respondent's side. Does that make sense?
And I have a point of order, please. Mr. Councilperson Bradshaw is again violating the resolution of and he got that question through email from text from one of the members of the audience, and he asked me to show him where I asked him to turn off his machine of reminding him to do it, and he asked me where it was, and I'd like to have you, Mayor, please read the resolution number 15012R, signed by you on the 19th day of May 2015, wherein it says under item 6, council members shall not use devices for the purpose of communicating during a city council meeting.
I'm wondering, did this get replaced in 2017? I think it did, because I couldn't find it. I was wondering, I think this was an old resolution, and we
That was the one we had worked with from that time forward. I've been carrying it with me to almost every meeting.
Because it says 7 o'clock, and I think 7 o'clock start time. And
That, yes, ma'am, that part of that resolution in general has been amended, but in the 5 years I've been here, we've never addressed the cell phone portion of it.
we've never addressed the cell phone,
No, ma'am.
right? Okay. Yeah, I think that was from a prior time.
Never addressed it to change it.
So is it in our ordinances?
It's a resolution. It's posted outside on the bulletin board.
And this is the one I saw outside was 2017.
That's the amended.
That's the amended. So it's the very same one, or we just amended the times?
That's just that one out there, just amended that section.
Just the time?
Mhm.
Okay. So I can't remember that.
So Mayor, if I have a question.
Yes, sir.
Is it okay for complainants to write questions for the council and pass them during the meeting? Or for complainants to bring their cell phones and show questions to the other council members to ask questions? Is that appropriate? Is that okay? For the ordinance? Or is it just that council members can't have electronic devices?
I think it says just council members, but council members shall not use devices for the purpose of communicating during a city council meeting. These devices include but are not limited to telephone, computer, iPad. Communication includes but is not limited to emails, text, and messaging. Are you referring to the video we saw where Ms. Kinsler received a text and showed it to Ms.
Correct.
Ms. Charles?
Multiple texts
I mean,
and
I think-
emails or handwritten notes.
I think we ought to amend this to say nobody on the dais should have the cell phone, not just the council members, because then it's a fair thing, personally.
Point being that this is in effect now, and if you'll please ask Mr. Bradshaw to turn it
It's
on.
put
and
away.
Keep it off.
Thank you, Mr. Bradshaw.
Thank you again. Rather than coming out and just defending himself against the complaints at hand and having character witnesses testify to his own character, which is what a character witness is technically supposed to do, Counselor Martinez and his friends, witnesses, character witnesses, have been allowed to attack the character of the complainants right out here. They have excused away his behavior as normal. They've even gone as far as to say that perhaps only the victims have themselves to blame. Counselor Martinez, you didn't even so much as address my original complaints at all. Not one of them. Instead, you focused on random zoning cases that you obviously were working on behind the scenes, even though you've admitted tonight that your position is a policy position. Instead, you focused on my comment.
Okay, excuse me. He's got a point of order. Excuse me. Let me listen to him. Yes, sir.
Mayor and council, Brandon Milland is attacking my character, and I would appreciate being able to respond to these allegations and these statements that he's making.
Okay.
Fine. Instead, you focused on my comment about a note being passed.
Further, he's addressing me and not the council.
Happy to address all. Instead, he focused on a comment about a note being passed from my original complaint that wasn't even a complaint itself. And he focused on the design manual instruction, which, frankly, I could care less about too. Neither of which were part of my original complaints. You have said my testimony is false here tonight, even though most of my testimony really isn't testimony itself. It's videos with you in it, with Counselor Martinez in it. And lastly, you and your friend witnesses have lodged a scattershot of unsubstantiated allegations of your own in effort to build a defense solely based on what, in my opinion, is the oldest political tactic in the book, a conspiracy. In this case, a conspiracy unique to one out-of-control city manager that has supposedly enlisted a bunch of feeble-minded city staff, including myself, that she controls like puppets and orders them to do her dirty work for her and fires them if they don't. Crystal, will you play the July 19th meeting at approximately 1 hour and 10 minutes? 2019, please. Yes, ma'am. The video. Yeah. 1 hour and 10 minutes. If you make it bigger, it's easier to go right to it. One hour and 10 minutes, please. Right on. Yeah. There you go. A little bit.
And you were on the council when these complaints were initially filed, is that correct?
Yes.
When were you made aware of the complaints against Mr. Martinez?
Well, I knew for a long time that many city managers did not like the way he behaved, the tone of his voice, his actions, and I heard.
Sorry, you said many city managers, or?
I might have. Sorry if I said that.
Yeah, sorry.
We only.
Can you replay that one more time, please?
You mentioned this election party that you were at Ms. Oxter's home.
Yes.
What year was that? What election? Do you recall?
I believe, now, my memory may not be 100% accurate, but I believe it was in the spring of 2017.
May 2017. So was somebody up for election that year?
I believe Ms. Alcocer was reelected. I might have also been reelected, and there might have been somebody else up for reelection.
Okay. And you were on the council when these complaints were initially filed, is that correct?
Yes.
When were you made aware of the complaints against Mr. Martinez?
Well, I knew for a long time that many city managers did not like the way he behaved, the tone of his voice, his actions, and I heard.
Sorry, you said many city managers, or?
I might have.
So, as far as I'm concerned, the whole matter concluded at that moment. He said, I had known for a long time that many city managers did not like the way he behaved, the tone of his voice, his actions. And then once corrected, the statement obviously shocked Councilor Bradshaw as much as it did me, so he asked for clarification. And then after realizing what he had said, Dr. Edwards dramatically changed his statement from many to the city manager. I had known for a long time that many city managers did not like the way he behaved, the tone of his voice, his actions. You don't accidentally make a misstatement like that. I've got 3 kids between the ages of 10 and 3. I know what the truth sounds like. The truth is what you say when you're not thinking about it. The truth is what you say when you're not having to be corrected. With that one slip, Dr. Edwards completely invalidated, in my opinion, Councilor Martinez's entire defense that this is a conspiracy unique to one city manager. Councilor Martinez's behavior has obviously been a problem for many city managers, as we discussed earlier this evening, many staff members, and many department heads. Councilor Martinez and some of his friends have also gone as far as to try to recast him as some sort of hero of the people, some kind of modern-day Winston Churchill that asks the tough questions that others don't have the guts to, that stands up to the establishment and the status quo, challenges the status quo. Crystal, will you play December 18th, 2019, please? I'm sorry, 2018. December 18th, 2018 at 1 hour and 40 minutes, please.
Your oration here is all over the place. You say one thing, and then you say something that contradicts that, and then you change it. Now, one of the things My first question to you is, you received approximately 80 letters of objection to this. Was that information given to the zoning commission last night?
We received,
Yes or no? Was that, yes or no, was that given, was that fact given to the zoning commission?
everything that the city has received was provided to the zoning commission last
So
Tuesday.
they got notice that 80,
Yes, sir.
that have 80 objections?
Everything that was received to date by last Tuesday was provided to the zoning commission for that meeting.
Okay. Now, it's my understanding, we are the city council. And if we say that we want to increase the boundary to 400 feet and include Bavona Place, we are city council, and we can direct staff to do that, and those letters will be heard and they will be responded to in a positive manner. If somebody doesn't like that, the only thing they can do is say that we did something illegal and take us to district court and have that overturned. But until that happens, we have the authority and we are the policymakers, and if we want to include that to include Pavona Place and 400 feet, we have the legal authority to do that.
Councilor Martinez, I was not disputing your ability to direct me to send out notice. What I was commenting on is whether or not the city has the ability to calculate all of the properties within
We
the
have the
expanded
authority to
notice
do
for the
anything we
20.
want. We're city council.
Well, I think
I'm sorry,
I ask everybody here, is that the voice of the people? I would wonder if any one of Councilor Martinez's constituents called him and asked him to say that, if his citizens are asking him to say these things. I would ask that we play that footage for children of Leon Valley so they know how to act whenever they achieve a position of power and leadership. That's how you treat people in Leon Valley. Is that the message we're going to send? That's the kind of stuff you say? That's the way you approach your position at City Council? Is that the standard of leadership that we're going to adopt in this city? In the process of these proceedings, Councilor Martinez, Mayor, and friends, you have done something else. I think you've substantially lowered the bar on human decency in this city. And I think you've also made a mockery of your city with songs to the sound of Henry Mancini and Muse and other ambient music in your PowerPoint presentations. You've also possibly blacklisted your city as a place to work. Not once, Mayor, not once have you expressed one iota of empathy or sympathy to the complainants for what they've been going through. Not once have you even so much as slightly condemned Councilor Martinez's behavior that I've seen, unless I've missed it, which we literally just saw on camera, on the video. Instead, Mayor, you've defended his behavior. Your husband has literally defended him. And you have presided over a month-long political free-for-all, in my opinion, in which you have allowed your friends and friends of Councilor Martinez to stand right here and criminalize your own employees, calling them liars, incompetent, and even allowing people to stand up here and imply that they're racist. I'll concede one thing to Councilor Martinez, one thing only. This has been a kangaroo court, in my opinion. It has been a kangaroo court, Mayor Riley, in my opinion, because you've allowed it to be, as the presiding officer. Mayor Riley, I believe what's going on here, will be your legacy to the city of Leon Valley. That's all I have.
Well, I guess I got to sleep on that one. I don't know. As you know, I totally disagree with you. Nobody owns the truth. I really believe that. But, you know, this thing about, and again, I'll say it again. Oh, no, I think I've tried to say it, and I can't. I was not able to speak to anybody, according to Mr. Henry. Mr. Henry, would you please address that? Because I'm getting, myrtleized because I haven't given you empathy and Catherine empathy. Not that I wanted to. It was because I was advised not to.
Well, in the beginning, Mayor, I advised everybody when the complaints were filed, don't talk to any of the complainants and don't talk to the respondent until the process move forward and got to a certain point. And when it came to the council, once everything was provided, obviously the council decided it wanted to have its 312 hearing. So, but you're correct. In the beginning, my advice was for all the council to not speak with any of the complainants, because you can, during the investigation phase, because you can accidentally taint or interfere with that investigation phase. That's what you were referring to, correct, Mayor?
Correct.
That was my advice, and that is correct.
All right.
I would add, this has been going on for 8 months. And Mayor, you were sitting right there on the 18th on the video, and you didn't do anything then. You didn't do anything to stop it then. You could have done something then. You could have done something in the 6 months in between when this hearing started and reached out to people and said, sorry, you're going through this. Sorry for that. We'll find a way to figure it out. Nothing. Nothing at all. Nothing over the past 8 months. At all.
Well, that was December 18th. Is that what you're talking about?
Yes.
Right. I mean, I think I've always, number one, the people on this dais have a right to speak their mind. I'm not going to, and I haven't gotten nobody complained, no citizen complained, they've got the right to speak their mind. That's, now if he was totally out of control, you bet. I didn't see him out of control. That's Mr. Martinez. I mean, he's been passionate about a lot of different things. And so you don't know him as long as I've known him. And that's who he is. But he hasn't been rude or disrespectful, I didn't think. I didn't think he crossed that line, in my estimation. So, it's a wide latitude up here on the dais because of what's called legislative immunity is what I've always known it to be. What was the other thing I was going to say? Oh, my husband, he has a right to represent anybody he wants pro bono. There's not a conflict if you don't get paid. He felt Mr. Martinez needed a lawyer, and he found him a lawyer, and that's what he did. And so just to get him through that hearing, that 312 hearing, where we didn't have the protocols, and once that was through and we got the protocols done, it's over with. So I don't think that there's any conflict there. I'm not sure what else. There was a lot that you threw
Actually,
out.
Mayor, if the council has other questions for Mr. Milan,
Yes,
now's the time.
please do. Yes, Mr. Bradshaw.
Mr. Milan, thank you for your testimony. A couple of things. One point of clarification, actually a couple, but I think you said you were called a liar and a racist, and I know that's very discouraging. It's hard, and I apologize if that happened to you. I'm not aware, and I'm not asking you to reveal who that is, but I did want to make one point of clarification, because you mentioned it before in your testimony that when I said I would stoop so low to come up with these allegations. That was on April 16th. I did not know about all the allegations. I've been trying to be fair, and I'll admit that there is bias because Benny Martinez did campaign for me. That's a fact. But I've been trying to listen to every witness and try to be fair, asking questions of every witness. And I believe that I've asked the most questions of any counselor up here. Would you agree with that?
I haven't tallied it up, but you've had a lot of questions.
Okay. So one thing you said just now was that somebody, or I don't know who you were talking about, said that the victims have themselves to blame. Do you know who said that?
I recall Mrs. Sarah Smart saying that.
Okay.
I think her full statement was having to do with if they've suffered humiliation or disrespect, or if things have been brought upon them, because of this, then perhaps only they have themselves to blame.
Okay, one of his witnesses. Okay.
I think that was the whole statement, something to that effect.
Okay. And then another thing that I actually agreed with you on, point of clarification, is when you talked about on the July 19th meeting, I think it was July 19th, Dr. Edwards said, many city managers. I can't read my own writing. Sorry, I was trying to write fast. many city managers did not like the tone of his voice, the way he acts. Do you have that exact quote?
Yes, sir. He said, I had known for a long time that many city managers did not like the way he behaved, the tone of his voice, his actions.
The way he behaves, the tone of his voice, and his actions. Okay. And I agree with that. I think there's a lot of people that don't like Mr. Martinez's, the way he behaves, the tone of his voice, and his actions. Is that a violation of the city charter?
No, but I think that does bring a lot of validity to many of the complainants' feelings, including mine, that this is something that many people have been feeling. Many people, outside of this immediate group and this one particular city manager, there's his behavior has transcended many city managers and lots of different staff. It's not just some orchestration by one city manager to get him.
So that's another, I guess, thing that I'm not aware of. I haven't been, obviously, as you know, I've only been on the council since May. How many city managers are we talking about?
I don't know how many. Councilor Edwards was the one that made the statement.
Three city managers. And
but I know I've heard Councilor Martinez say this is a witch hunt by Mrs. Kelly Kinsler against him. I haven't heard him stand up and say, I've been, the victim of a witch hunt by several city managers, and I've had several city managers trying to get rid of me. He's not said that. He's been saying this is a witch hunt by one city manager. I think the mayor's own husband got up at a meeting and said, this is clearly an orchestration, and I think his exact words were, I'm just going to predict it. It's not going to work out. All of the conversation has been geared towards us staff members being a part of some conspiracy that that this one city manager has orchestrated. So that's why I brought that up, because I think we have one council member that's been here and has seen Councilor Martinez and has been a council member during many city managers, and I think that's a really important statement because it shows that's a witness testimony that shows that what's going on here is not unique to one city manager. This is just not some orchestration.
You think that Dr. Edwards, when he spoke and said many city managers, he really meant many city managers? He didn't mean the city staff?
I believe he meant many. I believe he meant many city managers. I'm not a psychologist myself. I'm not an attorney, but I find it hard to believe that you could make two completely staggeringly different statements. That's kind of like saying I saw somebody shoot someone and then saying, oh wait, I didn't see them shoot that person. Those are dramatically different statements with very dramatically different deliberate words.
I can't argue with that on that. I kind of feel the same way. Would you agree that it's easier to remember the truth than a lie?
I agree.
Okay. Were you aware that during Ms. Kensler's testimony, she stated that while they were leaving the National Night Out event, Ms. Catherine Rodriguez and Benny Martinez, while they were leaving the HEB, she overheard him say, would you like to take a bath?
I can't testify to Councilor or Mrs. Kinsler's truth, I can't testify to her.
And then just another question about the St. John Baptist Church.
Sir.
The letters that were referenced in the video clip that you talked about says 80 letters of petition. My understanding is that it wasn't 80 letters of petition that you received. It was an actual petition. Is that correct?
Right. I can't remember how many actual letters I got, but yeah, we got a series of petitions. I think the first couple ones weren't done properly, if I remember, and so we got like 3 different petitions. And
that was my next question, I guess.
Yeah, I think there were.
What was the validation process of the petition?
Oh, geez, there's stuff in the charter that has to be done in order to make a permit. I'm probably going to defer to City Secretary on that.
But you're saying there's a procedure to follow, and
there's a procedure that someone preparing a petition has to follow, and then there's a procedure that the City Secretary has to follow when she gets it to validate it and make sure that it's done right.
And as far as your understanding, that was all followed correctly? And
I think, if I remember, we got 3 different petitions, and I think the last petition, it was done right because I think City Secretary had been working with Mrs. Malloy. She was the one preparing those petitions. So I think, yep, sorry. There's a word for it.
Not a petition?
Yeah,
Is that what I'm hearing?
she's the expert on
Okay,
on that
whatever the process was.
Yeah.
So I'm using that word, but letter of opposition, letter of opposition. Okay, thank you. Okay, that's all that I have right now.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Do you have anything? Okay, I just had a follow-up. When Mr. Martinez stated we can do anything we want to, was that in reference to the expansion?
I took it broadly.
Oh, see, this is, I think part of the problem because
Can we watch it again? I mean,
I don't.
no,
think we
I'd
need
like to
I
watch
don't
it
think-
again because I'd like the citizens to be able to think in their heads whether they take that statement broadly. He made two statements. He made one statement, which was asserting. I think, Crystal, would you please play it again?
Okay,
December
excuse me
18th.
just a second, Mr. Milan. I'm the one that's running this show, not you. Doesn't the council members have to have a motion and a second to vote on it?
To vote on what?
Well, whatever you want to do. That, you know what I'm saying? He was broadly saying you can do whatever you want, but in reality, on the dais, it's got to be orderly, motion, second, and a vote.
I took the statement broadly, and I think the citizens in the audience that you can hear on the video gasping took it broadly as well, or else they wouldn't have gasped.
I didn't hear the gasp, but
We can listen to it many times.
okay.
You can hear it.
One other thing is this procedure, this 312 hearing.
Yes, ma'am.
I have been guided by this attorney, Mr. Henry. So whatever we've done, whatever procedures we followed, we spent hours on the protocol, as you know. So I take offense to whatever you said I did to, I don't know. But in other words, I've been trying to work with the attorney and with all of the council members to present a fair, balanced, you got to say your piece, and so did Mr. Martinez, and so did the witnesses. So I don't know. It's not easy. This is uncharted territory. We've never, ever done this before in our lives. The charter's brand new. I don't think anybody in the city knew that this was an outcome of the charter. I truly believe that, and you could have read it page by page, but this is the reality, and I would have never thought that, to be honest with you.
Ask a question, please.
Ask a question. So, do you agree that that Mr. Henry, the conflict counsel, assisted me and the council to put on this, to follow the 312 hearing procedures? I have to ask you a question.
Can you repeat the question again? I'm sorry.
I'm just saying, do you agree that we had the assistance of an attorney, Mr. Henry, throughout this whole process over the last month and a half?
I agree. I've
Okay.
been here. I can see that he's
Yeah.
been assisting you.
Okay, thank you. Yes, ma'am.
I do have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
The mayor mentioned that she was told by Attorney Henry to stay away from the complainants and the respondent. You mentioned that she did not have concern for the complainants. Do you believe she stayed away from the respondent?
I wouldn't know, what her. Who do you mean by respondent? I'm sorry.
Benny Martinez.
Oh. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm not sure what her interaction's been with him. I know what her husband's interaction has been with him, but I don't know what hers has been.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Anything else? Mr. Bradshaw? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Milan.
Thank you.
Mr. Martinez gets to respond, Chief, and then you can go. That's what he said.
You can allow it, but I understand. You can allow it, but technically the complainant gets the last word. So if Mr. Milan wants to have a rebut to the rebut to the rebut, I mean, it can go on and on and on. So I would just caution about allowing it to go on too much, and it has to be limited to whatever was stated. But it's up to the council. Technically, the procedures adopted allow complainant, respondent. We had told the complainants in the beginning that we would allow rebuttal, and so we allowed rebuttal. But That's the way the procedures are set up now. At this point, it becomes at the council's discretion. Does that make sense?
I don't think there'll be anything. If we do, I don't know how many people want to say something, but if we do it, I just think we need to follow the charter and not make more uncharted waters.
I thought didn't you ask if you could have a response? And I thought we said.
Well, Mr. Milan said he was fine with that. Technically, it's the council's
Yeah, right.
prerogative. But just understand, Mr. Martinez, it's limited to whatever he said, and then he gets kind of the last word afterwards, if he wants to take it.
Okay, Mayor.
Yes,
Mayor.
but keep it
Okay.
directly
I will keep
on
it direct.
point, please.
Pastor Price is a man of God. Pastor Price came here and gave his testimony as to what his dealings are with Brandon Milan. Is Brandon calling Pastor Price a liar? Pastor Price was very, very detailed in his testimony. I could have, excuse me, I very well could have had a couple hundred people come over here or come to this hearing and testify in my behalf. What good would it do? I could have had a lot of people testifying about my character. What I can't believe is Brandon Milan coming here tonight, or even when he gave his testimony, and disgraced the mayor. If he worked in the corporate world, he would have instantly been fired. His statements were very, very ugly and would not have been tolerated in the commercial world. Dr. Edwards made a statement. Since I've been on council, originally we had Mr. Longoria as a city manager. When he left, we brought in, I believe, Hank Brummett as a temporary until we could find a full-time or hire a full-time city manager. I believe, if my memory is correct, he only was on council during part of Mr. Brummett's tenure, and then, of course, with Kelly Kinsler. So I don't know what many city managers he could be talking about. There's only two that, since he's been on council. Maybe that was a slip of his tongue. Kelly, tonight we just found out about the email that she sent to the Bexar County Criminal District Attorney's Office. 2 months. This goes into what she said, what he just said. So let me finish.
Excuse me just a second. Let me ask what your point of order is.
Is that he's talking about somebody's email, and then Brandon did not bring that up.
Okay.
Yeah,
I don't think he did bring that up,
I
Mr.
think that's
Martinez.
the proper to confirm your point.
Mm-hmm. It has to stick with what Mr. Milan said in his statement. You have to rebut that, and he didn't mention
I am
the email.
rebutting it. He made a statement about Kelly and me asserting that Kelly is orchestrating this hearing, and I believe, and I have stated that I firmly believe, and even when I was interviewed by Mr. Ryan Henry, and I went like this, that Kelly is the puppet master. She is leading this whole charge, and to further my statement, that's where I'm saying 3 months after the charter was ratified, she tried to file criminal charges against me. Charter was in April or December, about the middle of December when it was official. February 15th, she sent a letter to the Bexar County Criminal District Attorney trying to have me charged with some misdemeanor to get me removed from the council. She also sent the charter to Mr. Jim Wheaton. One thing that he did mention is about race. And I haven't brought that up. Denise Frederick, in her complaint to me, she pulled the black card. She pulled the black card.
Point of order. Brandon did not mention that either.
He mentioned race.
He did not mention
He
Denise
mentioned
Frederick.
race. He mentioned race.
You're
Excuse me
rebutting
just a second.
his statement
He brought
about
up race, and I'm rebutting it. I am not a racist person. I have had several employees. I've had black, I've had Asian, I've had Mexican, I've had Anglo. I've had all kinds of people working for me. I am not a racist person, and I take very strong.
Yes.
I believe that Mr. Milan was alluding to that he had been called a racist. Mr.
Okay,
Martinez,
I'm
not-
sorry then.
Right.
I believe that's what I understood.
Not that you were.
I think it was a confusion.
Yeah. It's getting late.
Okay, now
Start getting.
Brandon showed the video. If you just take it out of context, I agree with him. In context, we were talking about a notification. City Council has a long precedent, and I brought this up in my testimony, even with Councilor Alcazar, on the property across the street from her house. She led the charge on that to try to keep multifamily housing out of there. The Lutheran Church.
Point of order. He did not mention any of those.
It goes to what he said, what I said on the deal, on the tape that we just played.
Well, stick to that subject.
Are you going to try to limit my First Amendment rights for speaking?
No, you were asked to address the.
I am addressing
his-
it in my way.
Let's not start arguing back and
I am
forth.
addressing it in
Mr.
my
Martinez,
way and my way.
Mr. Martinez, keep it to what Mr. Brandon Milan said because we need to move on. Okay, I think you've
That
pretty
statement,
much made your points.
that statement made in context, we are the city council. If we give Mr. Milan a directive as a city, as a body, to send out notices, we have the legal right to do that. And Mr. Milan should have the legal responsibility to give us the results of that city council requirement. He failed to do that. Shouldn't he be censored for failing to follow city council directive? He states that I never answered any of his complaints. I went through them one by one and answered every one of them. I don't understand how he's claiming I did not answer any of his complaints. I spent a lot of time going through them, editing them, going back, changing it, rewriting it. I spent a lot of time going through his complaints one by one, And a lot of his complaints were, they were A, 1 through 8, I think, B in the numerals. A lot of them were the same. They were really the same complaint, just kind of worded a little bit different. So if you really lumped them together, there's only 2 or 3 complaints that were really valid complaints, and I did respond to those. And I showed on the videos, he complained, on the December 18th, one of his complaints that by me passing Councilor Alcazar a note, he got completely flabbergasted and couldn't continue, and he just...
Point of order, he didn't mention that tonight either.
He sure did. He showed the video of it.
He did not mention
He showed the video. He showed the video of that.
His testimony did not include passing a note.
He showed the video of that.
He didn't show that one. He didn't show passing the note. He showed where you were talking about the expanded notification.
Okay.
That was the one that he showed.
That one, okay. I've got nothing else to say about that topic, but I think I've covered much of every one of his complaints. The biggest thing and the major thing, I think it is shameful for a city employee to come up here and destroy the credibility of our mayor. That is a very, very serious offense.
I'd only like to add one thing, so I would ask the question. It's not okay to come up, for a city employee to come up and challenge the credibility of the mayor or another elected official, but it's okay for an elected representative to challenge the credibility and the authority of a city employee. Is that okay? How is the mayor or another elected official different than us? We're all humans. It's not okay to do what I did tonight, but it's okay to do what you did on camera. I have nothing else. Thank you.
Thank you. Chief? All right.
Mayor, Council.
This is a rebuttal. This is a rebuttal
Yes,
witness.
ma'am.
I just wanted to
Yeah, so
clarify that.
keep your rebuttals to whatever.
Absolutely.
Yes, Chief.
Everything I'm going to say is crafted directly from the testimony given directly by Councilman Martinez yesterday and in these previous two. Mayor and Council, I really appreciate being able to physically be here with you today. I know my big head was on a screen, I think. I'm not sure how big it was, but it's already big enough, so I'll get right to it here. So throughout the testimony of the last 3 sessions, Mr. Martinez has misled, misdirected, and misinformed the public. He made a lot of accusations, but didn't provide a lot of facts. Where I provided emails as proof, he provided his opinion throughout the testimony. Instead, Councilman Martinez chose to split hairs and used wordcraft and semantics to make outlandish claims, none of which are grounded in truth. City council members' jobs is not to represent citizens in open criminal investigations. That is their attorney's job. A city council member angry and with visual outbursts is not an official request. It's not merely a suggestion either. When your boss comes to you and starts hollering in the manner that we have seen repeatedly over the last 3 sessions, in behaving in the way he has acted over the last 3 sessions, and starts making demands or suggestions or whatever word you want to use, any employee, including all of y'all, wherever you may work, any employee would see that as a demand. Especially as he testified here today, and as he testified the last 3 days, he is our boss's boss. If he puts pressure on our boss, if she wasn't as strong as she is, could crumble and remove any one of us. So don't act like, and don't anybody misinterpret his actions. his actions, when he writes what he writes, and when he sends what he sends, he means what he says, and he means what he writes. And any way to try to squirm out of that is misinformation, misdirection, miscommunication. Please bring up the email from James Wheat that the mayor handed out earlier. While she's doing that, I'll say in this email, the mayor astutely showed that I was not included on the email. That's a true statement. Didn't know it was sent. She also astutely shows that the email was in relation to three things. The first was whether our investigation on the Yarnell case was a witch hunt, not whether the investigation was proper or legal. It wasn't, has he committed a crime? It was an request by Councilman Martinez based on a statement that he had made that this was a witch hunt. He had publicly stated it at this dais and to the media, and he has repeated that statement repeatedly, calling it a witch hunt. She wanted an outside look at that. That's what this email trail is. As you can see, there are multiple levels of this email that the mayor provided today. Multiple levels. What did Councilman Martinez put up in his cool slideshow with the music? Did he put up all these emails so that everybody could take it in context like the mayor did? So everybody knew exactly the truth of what was being talked about? Absolutely not. He only put up one part. Why? Is this not to misdirect? Is this not, what could be the possible reason that he don't want you to see the whole email? And in this email, it clearly is her asking them for a question based on accusations that Councilman Martinez stated. Councilman Martinez stated that the video was doctored. There's no way to doctor that video, but yet he came out in public and said that video was doctored. So she's asking an outside agency, which is exactly what y'all ask us to do, including members of these citizens here, got up in Citizens to be Heard and said, why is this not being passed on to outside agencies for their review? And I said at that time, it has been. Thank you for the evidence, Mayor, because this proves exactly what I was saying, that every accusation he has made has been looked at. There's your evidence. But yet today, we stand in front of everybody and we misinterpret and we skew this and we change it to make it believe and make the citizens believe, misbelieve, that document somehow shows the city manager doing something unscrupulous. Where is that in this document? I am dumbfounded that we could even get there. In fact, you have this email, Mayor, because the city manager sent the whole thing to you. Is that not the truth? Absolutely it is. Because the final email was her saying, I have looked into the allegations, and this is what was found. Now, you notice that only two of those things were discussed. Whether or not the criminal trespass was part of it. Whether or not the tape was doctored. It did not discuss the charter violation. Does it matter the date and time after the charter goes into effect, whether or not Councilman Martinez has done something that's against the charter? Obviously, the answer is no. What the city manager didn't know and didn't understand was that the district attorney's office doesn't investigate violations of our charter. That's a Class C misdemeanor. So when I received the call from the head of or discussed this with the head of the white-collar crime, there is no investigation they can do on that part. That's up to me to file that charge in our municipal court. Has that charge been filed? No. Has the city manager, the puppet master herself, ordered me to file those charges? No. Would I ever take that direction from the city manager? I think all of y'all know the answer. Because those of y'all that have been on council, and Mr. Martinez himself knows, and Mayor, you as well, that I've pushed back every time, respectfully, professionally, and with facts, anytime y'all overstep your boundaries in your position and try to tell me what to do in a criminal investigation. I've provided you, Mayor, and the entire City Council, the laws that govern those things. Why is this being utilized in this manner? Only thing I can think of is, again, we're trying to mislead. Well, let's go further and see how far this misleading goes. Can you please pull up the emails that I provided? And the email from Mr. Yarnell dated 9/9/18. I can't see it. That's it. Can you make it a little bigger, please? Yeah, a little bigger, so that all these youngsters in the crowd can see it. All right, that's good. That's good. So go back to the top, please. So this is from Olin Yarnell on Sunday, September 9th, 2018. It's addressed to Mayor Chris Riley, Monica Alcacer. The subject, criminal investigation for a violation of Penal Code 37.11, impersonating a public servant, and or Section 39.03, official oppression. He says, to Leon Valley Mayor, Ms. C. Riley, Leon Valley Mayor Pro Tem, Ms. Alcacer, blind courtesy copy, which is why you don't see the names up there, to members of Leon Valley City Council, Dr. Edwards, Dr. Rodriguez, Mr. Martinez, he should have said Councilman Martinez, and Councilman Mr. Jordan. Courtesy copy to the citizens of the city of Leon Valley who over the past years have shown interest in this issue. Many of those interested citizens sit in this audience because I have the original email. So in his testimony, please pull up his testimony. I know this is hard. From yesterday, I'm sorry. From yesterday, where he puts up the Jim Wheat email. So there's no doubt in my mind, and I hope there's no doubt in your mind, that all of y'all were privy to this email. All of y'all. Why was this email, and why was nobody correcting the statements of Councilman Martinez as to the charges right there? Right there. No. Another one with a seal on it like that. Everybody knows, including Mr. Yarnell, as you just saw, that his only charge that he was being investigated for at that time was not criminal trespass. Mayor, I've sent you emails and detailed you all the things that he had been being looked at and what the violations would be for his actions at your behest. Mr. Yarnell plainly, Mr. Yarnell plainly states he knows what the charges are, not just criminal trespass. He knew it was other things. But yet here is Councilman Martinez. The Bexar County DA's office stated in an email there was no criminal violations to pursue. Okay, he stated that. During the executive session, City Manager Kelly Kinsler and Police Chief Joseph Adjo did not disclose this information to Council. Why didn't they disclose it? It's not relevant. There were still open investigations, as you saw in the September email from Mr. Yarnell that was received by all of Council, including Councilman Martinez. He knew. Did anybody get up here and show this in his PowerPoint? Go to the next slide, please. What? Wait. No. Yeah, that one. Don't you think that right after that, We should get to, so that the public, the people in this audience and the people watching on TV, so that they can know all the facts and the truth. Because isn't that what we're here to look for? The truth. Shouldn't that be the next slide up there? The details truthfully what the violations are. And the truth is, it was not just about criminal trespass. In fact, the least charge he was being looked at that time was criminal trespass. That's the truth of the matter. That's not the truth that was brought up by Councilman Martinez. Why not? I'd really like to know. Also in this email, go back to the email, please. I'm sorry to make you jump back and forth. Well, Yarnell's, I'm sorry. No, he didn't include any of this in his. Okay. Paragraph 4. It says, make sure it's says, when one reviews the date of the aforementioned letter, it clearly shows it was written 2 months after the Leon Valley City Council on 9/17/17 had held a 2-hour executive session that was captioned on the agenda as personal matters to deliberate possible personnel actions regarding the zoning commission chairman. I ask you, was the executive session about a criminal matter? Or was it a personal matter and about a personnel matter? Well, Mr. Yarnell understood it, didn't he? Why is there such confusion as to what we were looking at that day? The next sentence says, as you will remember, at the conclusion of that meeting, the Leon Valley City Council voted unanimously to take no action on the issue before them. Is that a true statement by Mr. Yarnell? That's been repeated by Councilman Martinez? So, let's pull up, I'm sorry to do this to you, man, the minutes from, I have them in my spreadsheet, in my stuff. It's the minutes for the, I think the 10-1 meeting after the executive session. Actually, go back. Let's just stay in that area right there. Let me go back to that same email. I'll skip to another one. So also in paragraph 4, third line, Mr. Yarnell wrote, in a private conversation that I have previously had with the manager of the Pilgrim's Cleaner about their damaged sign. I'll tell you what, statute of limitations hadn't run out. They call that an admission of guilt. He's admitting he went over there and had a conversation. He just calls it a private conversation with the manager at Pilgrim Cleaners about their sign. It's his statement. It's his words, not mine. So how could you have ruled that none of this ever occurred when he alone states he went over and did what he was accused of doing? I'm at a loss. But Councilman Martinez, who was in there, was part of that. He knows the facts. Was any of those facts brought to these fine gentlemen in this audience or watching across the world? I have friends and family from across the world that are watching this. It's crazy, isn't it? Was that brought out? No, absolutely not. It wasn't brought out. So Mr. Yarnell says he never had a Leon Valley shirt. Truth of the matter is he wore a name tag on his shirt, which he normally did. That name tag had his name on it, Leon Valley emblem on it, and zoning chairman on it. This led the manager of the Pilgrim Cleaners to believe he was a Leon Valley official, which he was. He was a Leon Valley official, but he was not acting in his capacity. Councilman Martinez knows this as well. Mary, everybody knows this. He was stepping outside his boundaries that he should have been stepping in, regardless of whether he did it on purpose or not. It's irrelevant, because there's culpable mental states in the penal code. Intentionally, knowingly, recklessly, and with criminal negligence. Oh, but he says he meant no harm. But did he intend to go over there? And did he intend to say something about that sign? Or did somebody grab him by the back of the head, shove their hand through his back of his brain, and move his lips for him? No. He intentionally made the statement to them, and he admits to doing it. How could y'all have voted he did nothing wrong? No. Culpable mental state for official oppression is intentionally or knowingly. Did he not intend to ask the managers that question? Of course he did. Did he know that his role as zoning chairman doesn't include forcing people to change their signs, as messed up as they may be? Absolutely he did. But we supposedly voted he did nothing wrong. Right? They're charged with impersonating a police officer as a culpable mental state of intentionally or knowingly, right out of the Texas Penal Code. Did he intend to represent him as a person with authority to tell them to fix the sign? If he didn't intend it, he would have taken off his nameplate before he did it. Did he knowingly take the action with full understanding that he is not in his official capacity and act like he had the authority? Absolutely he did. He was wearing that. He told them, if you don't get that fixed in the next 30 days, there'll be consequences. That's not my words. That's his. So Mr. Yarnell writes, here, let's read this part. So therefore, he says, a review of the definition of criminal investigation occurred in the statement, and as a result, has had a very chilling effect on our lives and has added considerable anxiety regarding our personal well-being. Well, I'll tell you, just like I was for Mr. Prophet, very concerned about all our citizens, their personal well-being. That's the last thing I'd want to do, affect anybody's personal well-being. But I had a complaint, not by me. I had a complaint from a citizen. Do I ignore that citizen? What catch-22 have you put me in to say we shouldn't investigate our friends? What catch-22 am I in? In my officers? No, that's inappropriate. So therefore, the purpose of this letter is to ask you all, the officially elected representatives of the citizens of the city of Leon Valley, to again take up this issue as soon as possible and in no longer than a month's time, so that we can finally get it resolved and be able to remove the black crowd from our daily lives, and with official city council action, hold the city of Leon Valley staff members that are or have been involved with this criminal investigation, are involved in the criminal investigation, accountable for their actions against us. He was asking y'all to bring us in and hold a public hearing, hold us accountable. Was there any outcry from Councilman Martinez when this came about? Anybody pull Mr. Yarnell aside? Any of you council members up there? I know I can't ask you that question. Anybody yank him by the throat and say, hey, what you're doing is wrong. That's against the law. Please stop. Inquiring minds want to know. Scroll back up a little bit. He says, so as far as we were concerned, the matter was now moot and was, one more up, please. I'm sorry. One more paragraph up, I think. As you will remember, at the conclusion of that meeting, the Leon Valley City Council voted unanimously to take no action on this issue before them. No action. Does the Leon Valley City Council, including that gentleman, Councilman Martinez, have the right to order the City of Leon Valley Police Department, myself, or any other member of this department to take no action in a criminal investigation? Y'all know the answer. I don't even need to wait for it. We've had this discussion. The answer is absolutely not. Scroll down, please. Next slide, next paragraph, I'm sorry. So as far as we were concerned, the matter was now moot and would automatically take its place in the unpleasant history of our lives and would allow us to continue with our strong and pleasant 46-year relationship with the city of Leon Valley. Can we go back to the to that agenda on that day. I had it in my slides. I don't know if it's easier. I don't know. It should be October 1st, I think. October 1st. You can pull it up right there. October 1st. Yes, 18. Make it larger, please. It's under right there, number 3. Call to order and determine a quorum is present. Met in executive session about legal advice regarding a matter in which the duty of the attorney to the government body of the Texas Disciplinary Rules of Professional Conduct clearly conflicts with this chapter to include the following matters. Pending investigation by the Leon Valley Police Department. Number 3, reconvene into regular session and take action on issues discussed in executive session if necessary. Okay? All right? Go to the minutes, please, for that same date. So we know there was executive session on that date, October 1st. I think it's in number 3. Right there. Up, back up, back up, back up. This in the minute. Scroll down, maybe the minutes are lower than that. There should be something further down. Go further down, please. No? Okay. In the meeting minutes of, should be October 1st. I know I read them. This is the agenda stuff. Go to the regular meeting that day. Go to the regular meeting, not the special meeting. Not for October. No, there's a second one. Yeah. Scroll down. Has it got more than just the 2 pages? Okay. Okay, go to make it larger, please. I don't know if it's in here. Go up to number 3. I don't know why number 3. Oh, we'll back up. Yeah, it's not in. Go to see if the meeting minutes for. You can scroll through there and look at it. The other one. It is in my stuff. It was around page 77 of the last time I spoke. I'll read you what was said. I just want you to be able to see it with your own eyes. It's not me misleading or misinforming you. Regarding the zoning chairman, it says, Mayor Riley stated in reference to Mr. Yarnell, regarding the zoning chairman is inconclusive and no action will be taken on the personnel matter. That's what's in there. Online that day. Oh, no, it should be, scroll down after that. Right, there you go. There you go. Okay, go back up a little bit. Reconvene in regular session, take action. The City Council reconvened in open session 9:55. Mayor Rice, the chair, would like to make a statement that based on the deliberations of the council, the inquiry into the Pilgrim Cleaners, Linda's pet grooming, and procurement issues regarding the zoning chairman is inconclusive, and no action will be taken on the personnel matters of the zoning chairman, and we reaffirm the zoning chairman's position as chair and contribution to our city. How beautiful. As that, an investigation, a criminal matter, as Mr. Yarnell stated, or as Councilman Martinez got up here and stated. We should, y'all left there, and everything should have been thrown out because all the criminal charges have been thrown out. No, it was a personnel matter that y'all went in there for, based on this.
Chief, can I just make a point of
Sure.
clarification? That's the minutes from September 17th,
Awesome.
2017.
Okay.
2017, not
September
2018. Yes, sir.
September 17th, 2017?
Yes, sir.
Awesome. I'll know where to find them again. October 2nd, 2017.
But the executive session that we met was September 17th, 2017. I don't know why that's updated, but
I'm not sure.
did it go
Okay.
over? I can't remember. I don't think so.
No, not that I remember either.
No.
Go back up, ma'am.
Yeah, September 18th,
September
excuse me.
18th.
Okay,
I gotta scratch that out again.
September 18th.
September 8th, 2018, right? Okay, awesome. So,
Excuse me,
Hang
Mayor?
it.
Yes.
That update, that's the date that are posted to the website.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. I knew it was September. I thought it was 17th, but I
Okay.
stand corrected. It's the
September 18th, 2017. Thank you for that correction, Mayor. Scroll back down, please. Okay. This again shows the intent of Councilman Martinez to mislead this board and these citizens. As they knew, there was never any action taken that exonerated Mr. Yarnell, nor was there an attempt to tell the police department to stop the investigation at this time. Despite this, we get up here and mislead everybody. Why? Why don't we just tell the truth here? Councilman Martinez repeatedly asked Councilman Alcacer why she didn't intercede on the behalf of citizens. What's he call it? Constituent services. I'd like to know a definition of that. I'd like to know where that comes from. And I'd really like to know if all of y'all have been trained in constituent services. The truth is, Councilman Alcacer and every other counselor up here is smart enough to know their role does not include interceding on the behalf of a suspect in a criminal investigation. Yet, he did. And he repeatedly did this. So, while I'm not going to put words in your mouth, Councilor Alcacer, I want to answer that question that he repeatedly asked of you. Why aren't you providing these fine citizen constituent services? Because they don't exist. It's not your job. It's not his job. Your training advises you, and you're following it. Notice in his email and his testimony, Councilman Martinez uses wordcraft to say he never illegally carried a weapon in City Hall. Can we go back to his email there? And he repeatedly, when asked, his slideshow, where he says in his slideshow that he never illegally carried a weapon in City Hall. Yeah, you still. I know, I'm sorry. While she's doing this is an attempt to again mislead the public and this board, as that this is his opinion that his carrying of a weapon in City Hall wasn't illegal. I'm not sure exactly which slide it is, but he puts at the bottom, I never illegally carried a weapon in City Hall. Scroll down. Right there. I did not ever carry a weapon in violation of Texas law. Did he carry a weapon in here? At all. During any meeting. Whatever meeting it was. Counselor, you asked that question earlier? Like he's been doing throughout? Skirt of the issue. Or, I refuse to answer that question. Well, I'll tell you, there's at least two people who said that they'd be willing to come up here and testify that he showed them a weapon in City Hall. But his position is based on his belief. His belief that it wasn't illegal to do so. The reason that the manager went to Ms. Cotroneo was because he had made a claim that she had given him permission to do so. I'm the one that asked her to go to Ms. Cotroneo. Y'all have the email in your book. I'm the one that asked her
to say whether or not she did this and why she did it. And instead, Ms. Cotroneo says he continues to mislead, lie, blah, 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 blah. Right? That's what she said. Wasn't the city manager trying to go after him? It was me trying to find out the truth before I came up and notified y'all in the meeting about security. Because I dang sure didn't want to get up here and accuse Councilman Martinez of doing something wrong without the evidence to back it. As you've seen, every single thing that I have said, you have documents to back it. Every single one. So I'm the one that asked for that. And she provided it. Was she forced to provide it? No. Was there a reason she provided it? I would hope it's because it was true. You read the email. I've never talked to the lady in my life. So I know I didn't try to influence her. He also made a claim that the TML attorney, Scott Houston, told him he could do this in writing. He put that in. He went to a TML conference and they said he could do it. Okay, well, maybe I don't know what I'm doing here. I've only been doing it 32 years. I'm not Googling it. So I reached out to Scott Houston from TML. I said, is this what you said? He said, absolutely not. I said, in either of the things that you taught, because he said he did it twice, did you ever say he could carry a gun in there? Absolutely not. Okay, well, I'm going to write you my interpretation of the law. And I'd like for you to tell me whether or not Councilman Martinez's opinion, not legal opinion, not even legal information, personal opinion, is that he can carry that gun in City Hall. Y'all have that email. I provided you that email. He came back and said, Chief Savaggio, something along the lines of, that's the most complete assessment of the law that I have ever seen. Including in that assessment was part of the, again, wordplay Councilman Martinez likes to use on this subject, is because we didn't have 30-6 and 30-7 signs out front, then therefore it doesn't apply. Well, no, there's a little thing called effective notice. We don't have to have signs up. If he's told in person, I don't know, like in the January 16 agenda or meeting minutes where he was, y'all voted, Mayor, you led that and voted, and the vote was 4-1 not to have weapons in here. Who was the dissenting voice on that? Councilman Martinez. Just like he said tonight, I'd like to carry my gun in here. I know he would. That's not what the law states, though. And like I told you, Mayor, and I told him, I cannot willingly disregard the law for him or anybody else. No, there's no favoritism being played here. In fact, it's just the opposite. We're holding everybody to the same standard. I wish everybody else would hold others to the same standard of integrity. But he believes, despite the attorney from TML, Leon Valley, and my expertise as a police officer of 32 years, that he knows better. How to argue with that? I can't. He knows better. On the issue of the ticket, please bring up the slide where the tickets are side by side from Mr. Chung. No, in his slide deck. From Mr. Chung, right there, I think it is. All right, let's look at these. Let's really, really dissect these, not with a skew, with the facts. Can you make it bigger? Can you even make it bigger? Just. Anybody see any difference between that picture and that? Anybody see a difference in the picture of what Mr. Darren Chung sent to Councilman Martinez and what Councilman Martinez, under his own admission, sent to the city manager? Is there a difference in pictures? They call that a clue. That clue means Councilman Martinez cut the areas that he wanted and pasted it and sent it to the city manager. That's what he said he did, right? He just forwarded it along. Did he forward the whole thing along? Is it the city manager and the chief who are confused here when we say, and I quote from Mr. Darren Chung, and I ask because unfortunately they are financially dependent on me currently, and now I will have to pay $295 to release when I could have had the vehicle picked up within 5 minutes. And no, Marshall Meadows are not in Leon Valley. He states it in the email or the instant messenger that was read by Will, or I'm sorry, my apologies, Councilor Bradshaw. He says, I live across the street from Marshall. That's not even one of the constituents. But y'all broke your neck to try to get a complaint on the City of Leon Valley Police Department. So let's go over to Benny Martinez's email, where he states, and I ask, because unfortunately, they are financially dependent on me currently, and now I will have to pay $295 to release when I could have had the vehicle picked up within 5 minutes. Who caused this confusion? Was it the city manager forwarding that to me that was the cause of the confusion? Was it the city manager or that little face down there under Benny Martinez that caused the confusion of whose email this was? Why are we continuing to attempt to mislead, misdirect the facts? Why don't we just get up here and say, hey, I made a mistake, I'm sorry, I sent that, I didn't mean it. But instead, we're going to cast the blame on somebody else. Nobody's perfect. We all make mistakes. But if we make a mistake, we all should own up to that mistake. Ask for forgiveness and figure out how we can never do it again. That's not what we did here. And that's 100% the biggest reason, as I told y'all from day one that I joined this complaint, was because he was not learning, and he was continuing to do it, and he was continuing to do exactly what he did from this dais over the last 2 days, attacking. These two ladies are also voted in by the citizens. He's not the only one, nor is Councilor Bradshaw. So attacking these ladies is no different than what he's accusing of, I'm being attacked, or what Councilor Bradshaw is saying, that these are elected officials and they shouldn't be attacked. I don't disagree. None of y'all should be attacked. Neither should we. Not by our own people. We get it from everybody else. Why would you want to attack the very people that are serving the community? If we suck that bad, fire us. Don't mistreat us. So I ask you, facts. Did Chief Savaggio mislead this council? And Councilor Bradshaw, many times you've asked this question in hopes that Chief Savaggio was finally caught. I would say the misunderstanding comes from the hand and the mouth of Councilor Martinez as he continued to try to mislead, misdirect, and misinform the public on these issues. Let's go back to the Rousseau incident.
Excuse me, Chief. Do you know how much longer you have?
I'm down to the very end.
Okay, just because
I'm down to the very end, I promise you.
Okay, because I know we still need, rebuttal and other stuff.
Good.
So, okay, thank you. About 15 more minutes.
I hope, unless there's a lot of questions.
Well, I think we'll just reserve the questions for Tuesday.
Awesome.
Since it's getting late. Thank you.
Please pull up the video from Rousseau. Okay, let me go to something else while you're doing that. Okay, let's talk about the from Rousseau. No, I want to go to this one first. I'm sorry. Let's talk about the signs. Signs were brought up today by Council Martinez and was discussed by Council Bradshaw. These signs, I'm going to tell you, and I've told all of y'all many, many times, they're the biggest pain I have to deal with. And the politicians that come with those signs, the same. Painful. Every year I do my best to send out the message and the law and the policies to each one of y'all. Each one of y'all. And I've never written anybody up. I've never filed criminal charges on Miss Chasen when I poked the extra hole in her. Where'd she go? When I poked the extra hole in her weed deal, instead of giving her $250 tickets. Okay, I did that. I was trying to help you out. Guess whose signs those were? Guess whose signs those were? I moved, but didn't remove. We know the answer, don't we, Mayor? Councilor Martinez, we know the answer too, don't we? Absolutely we do, because they were y'all's. But Councilor Martinez said, if that was my sign, he would have removed it. They call that a lie. There's no fact-based in any of that. I'm giving you facts. Those signs belong to y'all. I didn't give you a ticket. You didn't place them. I'm not going to hold you responsible. Ms. Chasen didn't know, so I'm just going to inform her the correct way. Is that a heavy hand? No. No. So before each council election, I gave out instructions to all the candidates stating the laws in the state of Texas and in Leon Valley for placing political signs. I do this so everybody's on the same page. As for the Valera incident, the outright lie from today, I have no authority to remove a political sign from private property. He stated in his directly, I should never gone inside of that private property establishment and asked the manager whether they allowed that sign on private property. Are y'all trying to get me to go to jail? Are you kidding me? This is private property, and I'm just going to go yank it off. I think I've told all of y'all in all my emails, we can bring them all up and we can read them, you know how lengthy they are, that I have no authority to remove a sign from a private property. And I told everybody repeatedly that if you call me and complain about a sign that's on private property, my first question to you is going to be, did the property owner allow it? And if you tell me no, because you talked to the property owner, that I'm going to contact that property owner, can I just take the word of one political opponent over the other? What would that be called? Exactly what you're accusing me of, playing politics. And I didn't do that. Regardless of your desires that I play politics, it's not going to happen. Whose sign was it that I was being asked to remove? Your opponent, Mayor. It's your opponent. Who called me and asked me to remove that sign? The person who puts your signs out and does your block walking and is on your team. And we're going to talk about that team in a minute. Mayor, I can't do that. Nor do I believe you would want me to do that. I know you wouldn't. You want me to be fair, and you've never told me any other than that. I'm not accusing you of doing anything wrong. But your team did. Your team did. Luckily for you, I chose not to do what your team tried to get me to do, because we both would have been in trouble. So despite what he lied about today and what he tried to convince these good citizens and this board, you would have gotten in trouble and I would have gotten in trouble. We'd all been in court and the city would have lost a lot of money if I would have did what Councilman Martinez would like us to do. Is there a theme here? We don't care about the laws, the rules. We do what we want because we're council. I'm not going to ever take one team side blindly, and I would never act blindly. To do so puts the city at risk of a lawsuit, and we've done exactly what you're accusing me of, showing favoritism and getting involved in politics. It's great to send out that word, you're involved in politics. It's another thing to back it up. Back it up. I ask every one of y'all, back it up, that I'm involved in politics. Yes, I was concerned about Mr. Prophet's physical well-being, and I ask him a question about his health. Okay. You want to say that's politics? I disagree. I wholeheartedly disagree. It just so happened came right after I refused to drop charges after that meeting. I don't know. Am I being intimidated by being written up for asking a gentleman whose wife just passed away about his health because he looked terrible? You want to call that politics? That's y'all's prerogative. That's y'all's prerogative. But I'll tell you what, I do it for anybody else in this room. If they look that bad, they just lost their wife, I am going to show compassion for that citizen. That is my job. So in fact, here's the truth of the matter. The only signs that I removed during that, God bless you, during that election cycle were actually the opponents of Mayor Riley and Councilor Martinez. Those are the only two signs. Y'all want to call them up and bring them in and subpoena them and ask them, did I bring them signs back because they were illegally placed in the right-of-way of Bandera Road? Subpoena them. Make me a liar. Make me a liar. But ask that man for facts. Not rumors, facts. I don't see a lot of that. Ask him for facts. Show me the money, right? Again, as we've seen throughout these proceedings, Councilor Martinez continues to mislead, misdirect, and misinform the public and this board. Let's talk about the manufactured crisis of the turning away of witnesses by Chief Savaggio. Please pull up Sergeant Odialis' video. The one without the misleading subtitles and distracting music. Let's stick with the facts.
That noise? Oh, okay. Thank you.
I'm asking her for the impossible.
Somebody snoring?
That's me sleeping.
Oh.
Taking a long time, ma'am. It should just say, I don't know what he named it. So Sergeant Odialis' video. It's the same one that he showed last night with all the. But I don't want the one with subtitles and stupid music. Should be Sergeant Odialis. What do you name it? It should be his attorney, Sarah Smart. Please open, please open, please open. All right, go back to his. Stop right there real quick, please. Who's watching the front door? Anybody can identify that fine-looking gentleman? Chief Naughton. Why is Chief Naughton at the front door, watching that door? Because he's doing his duty that you hired him to do. You hired him to determine exactly how many are authorized in this building. He does that in all city facilities. And guess what? They do it across Leon Valley. As the fire marshal and the assistant fire marshal, they determine the occupancy of a building. Would you call him an expert? I would. You can just see it on his mustache. He's old, right? Right? So he's watching that front door to determine when to shut it off. And yes, in the past, we've had standing room only back there. Well, decision was made to put seats because we didn't want our citizens to have to stand for the long hearing. Yeah, I know. We're horrible. So therefore, there's no standing room only. It's not because we didn't allow standing room only. You're going to see in a minute. There's no really room. We really shouldn't even have those out there. We should only had one row. Because you'll see in a minute, you can't hardly walk through there without one of the people having to move. Continue, please.
Are you here for the city council meeting? So unfortunately, we were here to reach the max capacity of the witness.
You're a witness? Okay.
Stop it. Stop it. Anybody going to call me a liar when I get up here and say we had no idea who the witness was? Anybody? When y'all get up here and start asking me questions today or next week, whenever it may be, I want you to call me a liar and say that we knew who his witnesses were. That Councilman Martinez supplied us a list. Councilor Bradshaw supplied us a list. But because she's a witness, does that change the occupancy load of the current situation?
Do you have anybody that's with you?
The current situation in this building? You turn it down. Does that change the occupancy load because she's a witness? No. No, it doesn't. In fact, I don't know. I don't know her from Adam. Never seen her. Nobody had ever seen her. I don't think she's ever been to a council meeting before this. As a member of this city, I had no idea who she was, nor did anybody else.
Will, come with me.
I'm with Councilor Bradshaw. Stop. Stop it, please.
Witness.
Stop it. I'm with Councilor Bradshaw. Is that what she said? Is she Benny Martinez's witness or Councilor Bradshaw's witness? I'm a little confused. We've repeatedly said she was a witness for Councilman Martinez. Yet she clearly states she's here for Will. Okay. Next slide, or continue it, please.
Witness.
Witness. Stop it.
I'm not sure.
Okay. So in that room, you have a complainant that's complaining of sexual harassment. In fact, you have two of them. Mary, you've been to many trials. As a former prosecutor, you've been in, I don't know, 1 million. Your expertise tells you, do we put our witnesses from opposing sides together? Does that sound like a smart idea? So you want to know who went in there and said, witness for who? We don't know about any witnesses. Why'd y'all bring her in here if you haven't confirmed this? Take her back out. That was me. Absolutely, that was me. Could she be in the Unabomber or anybody else? We don't know who she is, but she claims she's a witness. And my guys take her in there with everybody else. It's a complainant in this case. Not too smart. I wasn't very happy. We took her out. At that point, we start getting calls because she starts texting immediately to Councilman Bradshaw. And we start trying the process of figuring out whether she is a witness or not. We eventually do. Does immediately mean immediately upon finding out, we let her in? Immediately upon the city manager telling us that this has been confirmed, we let her in. But instead, I get accused of perjury because we're playing word games, semantics of what the word immediately looks like. Let's look at the rest of the video, please.
It can't be that one. I don't think it's that one.
Hey, if they get up and go out, they lost their seat.
Okay. I didn't know that.
I'll tell you what, since he cut it up, let's go to Councilman Martinez's video. We'll just have to deal with the distractions. I know, Mayor, I want to go to bed too.
Well, I really would like for us, as soon as we finish this segment of your
Sure.
testimony, if we can, or your
Sure.
rebuttal, let's go ahead and adjourn until next Tuesday.
Now, go back to his video that he put together with the music and the subtitles for this. No, it's the video he did last night. No, he did a video, the same video he's played, I think, 3 times.
Well, it's all the way to the bottom. No, past it right there. That might be it.
No.
Past that. Way past that. You know what? It's towards the end. It's towards all the way to my conclusion.
Above.
Okay, thank you. Chief, do you have us begin, please?
Some questions that on State of the Chart had a list. We had no idea.
Okay.
Yes. Max
Like
has
the-
the witness. Or
You're a witness?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have anybody that's with you?
Will.
Will,
Stop it.
come with me.
Okay. It was Will, not Councilman Martinez. Go ahead.
Witness? Witness. I'm not sure.
Who's in that room? Stop it, please. Stop it, please. I'm sorry. All the members in that room are city employees. Is there any other witnesses for Councilman Martinez in that room? We wouldn't know. We don't have a list. She's the only one in there. Do we want to put those two together, groups? No. Inappropriate. Stop it, please. Stop it, please. Dramatic music and quickly forced to go outside. I just love that. Fact is, we wouldn't be doing our job if we weren't confirming who was in our building in an area where the public is not. Would we? As security? Would you think I was derelict in my responsibilities if I let her in, not knowing who was in my area that citizens are not normally in? Okay, go ahead. Oh no. Quickly forced to go outside. She's been standing here for quite a bit, right? Quickly forced to go outside. Oh, stop it, stop it. Wait, who was it that forced her? Who
Who did y'all see force her go outside? Who was it? Not me either. Go ahead. Ah! You're doing good, ma'am. I'm sorry. Don't fire me. Mm-hmm. She goes outside on her own.
Only witnesses for the other side.
Stop the video.
Okay, I think really.
Y'all see any other people waiting outside? Was she the only person that was outside? Is she any more special than any of those other citizens, I ask you? Could she be recalled if Councilman Bradshaw, Councilman Martinez needs to bring her in at any moment? Could she be called in from outside that door, 10 feet away from where she was previously standing? I think she's going to give you the answer in just a minute. Go ahead.
Apparently, only witnesses for the other side. I don't know that. Okay, I think really.
There's a website you can get on.
Stop it, please. Stop it, please. I was asked by Councilman Bradshaw, and I said no witnesses were turned away. None. The truth is, they were all told they can wait here, and you're going to hear it in just a minute. In fact, there's paper out there still on top of the defibrillator that we handed out to the citizens to help them get on the website to watch it. Is that turning people away? We handed it to them and even helped people get on the website. We're being so against our citizens, or is this manufactured crisis by two of our councilmen? Keep going, ma'am. He's still at the door. Stop it real quick. Had that lady been waiting outside on the beginning, just a few minutes ago, we saw on those on that computer? She was waiting. She was number one in line, right? She came in. Why? Empty seat came available. She was brought in. How could that be if she was turned away? If she was told to leave, banished to the never reaches of Antarctica? How could that be? She's turned away. No. Play it, ma'am.
You want to show them to the seats?
They're done?
Yeah, one more.
Stop.
One more.
Stop, please.
That'll be her.
No.
Is this really immediately? This is called perjury. Well, I'll tell you what, I wasn't the only one that took an oath up here to swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God. I wasn't the only one. When somebody else gets up here and says that people were not allowed in and that people were turned away, doesn't that knife of perjury slice both ways? Continue, please.
5 years a witness. I was here
Okay,
about
ma'am.
15 minutes
Okay.
ago.
You haven't been here for 15 minutes. Just hold on just a minute. We're still trying to figure out what we're going to do.
Stop it.
Okay?
Stop
Take your
it.
back and I'll go ahead and
Who's that handsome man standing right there next to him? No wonder then, Councilor Bradshaw. Councilor Bradshaw hears this live. He hears nobody's being turned away, and he hears Sergeant Urdiales tell her, and by proxy him standing side by side, we're trying to figure this out. We'll let you know in a minute. We're trying to figure this out. Isn't that what we should be doing? Trying to get to the bottom of this? Isn't that what y'all would expect us to do? Get to the bottom of this. I would say yes. But she's arguing she was here first. She wants to go past that little beautiful lady right there. She wants to go in front of her because she's been here 15 minutes. She ain't been in there 15 minutes. It's on video.
Yes, sir, I understand that, but we're at capacity already. Okay? Because I was told that I could let two in. There were two ladies that were here before her.
Stop the slide.
Ma'am, I'm not going to argue the point with you.
Stop it, please.
I just need a one. Go ahead and leave your back on the table.
Stop it, please. Sound like anybody's being turned away? Does it sound like we're being fair, letting people in according to the order that they were received? Is what it sounds like to you? That's what it sounds like to me. I wasn't there. I readily admit I wasn't there. Councilman Martinez wasn't there either. Mayor, you weren't there. Councilman Bradshaw was. He stood there and watched this. He heard him say, we're going to take the next two because they're the first two in line. He heard all of this, but yet he came up here and asked questions and tried to make it into a situation that it truly wasn't. These are facts. This isn't my video. I'm kind of glad we're using his. It's Councilman Martinez's video. If it's been altered, I can't be held responsible for that. Next slide, please. Or keep going, please. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, I got one. Oh, so just extend your arms, please? Okay, well, you can still call me as a witness.
Stop. That's okay. What'd she tell Councilor Bradshaw right there? Her words, not mine, not any of y'all's. What did that attorney who's representing Councilman Martinez, what did she say? Y'all can still call me as a witness from out here. I don't think anybody would disagree with what you just heard, right? That was said to Councilor Bradshaw. Councilor Bradshaw, yes, you were there. You were out there. You're right. That's Councilor Bradshaw right there she's talking to. Why wasn't this talked about when Councilor Bradshaw was asking questions? Please tell me. Why was this continuing to mislead, misinform? Why is this going on? Why don't we just get up here and tell the truth? I am dumbfounded that we would throw this video up with music and everything, all this stuff to confuse, distract, and get our own statements of there what this means. I'm not saying it means anything. I'm letting the words that came out of her mouth to that gentleman standing right there and sitting right there. Those are facts. I'm not making accusations. Keep going, please.
Call me as a witness, though. They're going to have to let me in.
Stop that. She says it again. They're going to call me as a witness. They're going to have to let me in. Bold statement. God bless you. Why would we ever not let her in if she's a witness? We're not trying to misinform, stop any proceedings, stop the witnesses. We don't even know who the witnesses are. We're not trying to do anything like that. Nobody is. But the manufactured crisis, man, we sure are. We sure are, right? That's what's been led to these people right here. That we were doing all the bad police department was keeping these people out. Chief Savaggio, well, would it surprise you if you knew Chief Savaggio had no part whatsoever, never saw the security plan, and was never involved in its planning? Would that surprise you? Because that's the truth. Why did I do that? I wanted to stay neutral. I wanted to be ignorant. I didn't want to be involved in that because I'm a witness, and I didn't want any of y'all accusing me, which you still did, of wrongdoing. And if you want to call up Lieutenant Anderson, Lieutenant Gonzalez, they will be happy to tell you who put the security plan together. They will be happy to tell you that I wasn't there at the briefing, and I had no say in the matter. Please, recall them. Call me a liar. Person. You see all those great citizens out there waiting? Their turn, understanding. They're coming in as they can let them in. But she's special. What? Stop it.
Unfortunately, we've already reached the max capacity. We're not
please stop that. What did she say to everybody? That's Miss Chasen, Mr. Riddle, Miss Riddle, Mr. Blackmore. Call them up. They hear these statements. They heard her say, unfortunately, we have reached capacity. Are they turning them away? Did they make all those people leave? Call them up here and ask them. Were they made to leave? Any of them? One of them's been up here to testify, I don't know how many times now for Councilman Martinez. It's on the team. Please, call her back up here and ask her, did this happen? I noticed y'all didn't ask her those questions when she was up here. Next, keep going, please.
Anybody else inside the building? Not in here?
Nowhere. No standing room today.
Completely full. So we do
We're
have
following the fire code, ma'am. There's no standing room today.
The what?
Stop it, please. We're following the fire code. Wouldn't y'all expect us to follow the fire code? Mayor? Council? Wouldn't the citizens expect us to follow the fire code? Or should we just ignore it because sometime in the past, it could have been that there was possibly more than 70 people in here? Right? Or should we listen to the expert who got up here and testify, who willing to get up here and testify? Recall that gentleman. He's called the fire marshal. In better term, the fire chief. Call him up here and ask him whether it was him or me that made that determination. Call those citizens.
I got the seat already.
Oh, I got something.
You can go to the link. You can hang out here and go to the link if you like.
Stop it, please. You can go to the link and you can hang out here if you would like. Who was turned away? In all this video, Councilor Bradshaw got up here and made that accusation, hit me hard on it. You're telling me nobody was turned away. I'm telling you, as far as I know, with God's honest truth, I don't know of anybody that was turned away. And oh, by the way, all these videos were pulled by Councilor Bradshaw, Councilman Martinez. Don't you think if they had a video that showed people turning away, this was been pulled since this occurred. All the body cam video has been pulled and been reviewed. If they had that smoking gun to show Chief Savaggio was a liar, as they got up here and stated, or perjured himself, as they got up here and stated, where's that smoking gun? Please, bring it up here. Bring it. Put me in jail. I need the rest. Keep going, please.
He was already in there.
Hey, if they get up and go out, they lost their seat.
Okay. I didn't know that.
Stop that, please. Okay, that's the end. All right, cool. So you see the fire chief telling one of my officers what to do. Why is that? Who's in charge at that time and location and under those circumstances? Is that Chief Savaggio in charge? What do you think? He told everybody, if they leave, they lose their seat, they're done. Sergeant Ordiales, I'm sorry, I didn't know that. Shouldn't have let you in, sir. Sorry. After that, it didn't happen. Don't matter if you got to go to the restroom, you lose your seat. And you can't go out and smoke, you lose your seat. And that's the way it was applied after that. But you heard what Sergeant Ordiales said with complete sincerity. I'm sorry, I didn't know. Sergeant Ordiales was willing to admit his mistake that time. I wish everybody else was. So I'll leave you with this on this subject because I know we're about to end. Was this, again, an attempt to mislead, misdirect, and misinform the public and this esteemed board? I submit to you it was. I have other things that we can take up, Mayor, the next time, or we can continue going. I just have a couple more, but it's your call.
I think we need to leave,
Correct.
need to go home. This has been a long night. It's almost 5.5 hours. So as per the discussion we had last night, a meeting notice for Tuesday, August the 13th at 5:45 will be the continuation. but I will need to adjourn this meeting, Ms. Postle.